Road Closed by Richard L. Elsliger. Chapter 1. I bet I can make it. I bet you can't. Steve Cole took another swig of hard rye and leaned his elbow on the bar, wondering if he really could. It's all BS anyway, said Cole. The highway's just a highway, just asphalt and a yellow line. There's nothing magically dangerous about it, a couple of bad curves is all. My car'll handle it. Dan Mitchell looked him in the eye. First of all, the line on that particular road is not yellow, it's white. The manual on uniform traffic control devices mandated the conversion to yellow lines in 1971. Even then, some states took a while to change. I happen to know YDOT wouldn't touch this road, so the painted line on Highway 187 stayed white, thank you. Do you always have to bring your job with you everywhere? White line or yellow line, that won't stop me from getting to the end, said Cole. Want to make a bet of it? Put your life on the line? The white line in this case? Dan flung a quarter on the bar and watched it spin precariously before flattening itself out. Bet? Said Cole. Furrow lines etched his forehead. Steve Cole's eyes narrowed and he considered the idea. To bet on one's life. Now that would be a bet on himself, laying his driving skills wide open on the so-called white line. Sure, I'd bet my life on it. Now what about you then? Dan picked up the quarter and stuffed it in his denim pocket. I bet someone's going to die if we try. Getting scared, Dan? Or maybe you don't have the driving skills you once had in high school. Yeah, maybe your reflexes are a little slower these days. You're full of crap, Dan retorted. I have the reflexes of a cat. Steve gulped the rest of his drink and slammed the shot glass face down on the bar. Okay, so you're in then. Steve saw a nervousness sweep across Dan's face he'd not seen in his friend until now. US 187 was an old highway. It was an abandoned highway. Newly constructed in the late 1920s, US 187 hadn't been driven since its decommission in 1982. The state of Wyoming had declared the old road off limits, leaving the 100-mile stretch to the perils of decay and the overgrowth of weeds. No one drove 187 anymore. Not ever. And people told stories. Some said the road was haunted. Others said it was poorly engineered by the government, but all agreed that a cruise on Route 187 meant a high probability you'd come out the other end in a body bag. Over the years, only a handful lived to tell the tale of what they'd seen, and what they told was incredible. Steve snapped his fingers in Dan Mitchell's face, zapping him out of a near catatonic trance. Relax, Dan. The stories you've heard about 187 are myths. They are, how shall I say, BS? Steve ran his finger along the bar in a zigzag, running a miniaturized version of the infamous road. It's only a highway, Mitchell. What we really need is to get more people if we're going to make it a true road race, a real challenge among men and machines. This is insane, said Dan. I swore I'd never do this. You can do all the swearing you want after you complete the run. First one out the other end wins. Steve made a closed fist at Mitchell, shaking it in the air like a man obsessed. And you can bet the first one to finish will be me. Not so fast, said Mitchell. My Camaro will seriously impede your rush to the finish line. I put a cross-ram intake manifold on her, so now she's faster than a ray of golden sunshine. If I choose to run this thing, I'm running it with my bow tie on. What's with the literary talk? Asked Cole. Are you writing a book? Yes, said Dan. A cookbook on kicking the living crap out of a Boss 302 Mustang using a Z28 Camaro. Dan formed a wide, disturbing grin. Steve's cheeks reddened at the thought of Dan's Camaro outrunning his Ford to the finish. He had to counter that boast. My Mustang will shut you down before you reach the halfway point. Your overconfidence will go up in smoke as sure as your engine burns oil. Classic Chevy Ford battle, said Dan, his mood lightening and his mind temporarily forgetting the peril of the highway. So who else can we get? Steve rubbed his chin in pensive thought. What about Tommy Hicks? I know he'd run it. He's got that fancy Plymouth Superbird he's always waxing and bragging about. What, are you trying to make it a parade of old American muscle cars? Said Dan. Mitchell tapped his fingers on the bar, trying to visualize a cavalcade of old American coupes and fastbacks racing to their doom on 187. Who else do you think is crazy enough to do this? He asked. Steve fumbled for another entrant, then said, What about that Dodge boy? What's his name? The one with the '70 Challenger? Bobby Caldwell, suggested Dan. You mean the Challenger with the 440? What makes you think he, of all people, would want to run to his death on 187? He of all people, Steve. He of all people. That's why we have to sweeten the pot. These guys have money. You have money. Let's make it for money, the big motivator that drives us all. Let's make it 25 large, said Steve. You mean 25 bucks, said Dan, smirking. You know what I meant, said Cole. 25 grand, you dummy. Don't be a smartass. What makes you think Hicks and Caldwell will agree to it? That's a lot of coin. Hell, that's a lot of money for me. They'll do it. As for you, sell some of those stocks you've been sitting on or endorse them over to me when you lose. When I lose? How's that even possible? Said Mitchell. Okay, enough of the Ford Chevy crap. Make the calls. Dan reluctantly punched up the numbers and made the contacts. Steve finished another drink. In 48 hours, there would be 4 to run Highway 187. Chapter 2. Robert Caldwell goosed the throttle linkage, his left hand on the carburetor and his right making adjustments to the idle with a screwdriver. The engine rumbled and burbled, then settled down to an unsettling cadence. Perfect, said Caldwell, screwing on the air cleaner and slamming the hood. Who's your daddy? The Challenger seemed to want to speak to the question, but when Caldwell reached in and silenced the engine with a twist of the ignition key, any answer given by the Challenger would have to wait. Caldwell sat behind the wheel and stared out his garage to the streets, his hands clenched around the 3-spoke rim. He paused to remember the turn from his driveway that would lead him to the beginnings of the deadly road. US 187 started only a half hour from where he lived. All he needed to do was roll down that driveway, turn left and head straight due west, save for a couple of lefts and rights. Caldwell was well informed about US 187 his whole life. He'd heard the stories about the disappearances, the tragedies told by others. None of it seemed to matter then. To Caldwell, the stories were a fine line between innocent fabrication and a large load of malicious, steaming crap. That is until he lost his best friend to the highway. That made the difference between fiction and reality. That made it personal. Caldwell thirsted for revenge afterward. It seethed in his blood like a maggot infestation, chewing away at him for years. But when time blunted the anger and quenched the vengeful desire, Caldwell went on to other things. Marriage and a home supplanted the wrath and the hostility. That all changed when Dan Mitchell called. The thirst for retribution that Caldwell had suppressed for so many years came back with a fierce immediacy, parching his tongue and lips. He wanted to take on the road, to face the entity and make a stand. Dan Mitchell's call was all that Caldwell needed to rekindle the ferocity within. That road was nothing but a virulent asphalt serpent that needed to be eradicated at all costs. Or if it couldn't be eradicated, then at least it was to be mocked and challenged. Caldwell wanted answers to make sense of it all, determine who or whatever was responsible for Matt Wesley's untimely disappearance off the face of this planet. It was high school then, and Wesley often prattled about removing himself to California to start his own speed shop and bathe in that fine Cali sun. When Wesley disappeared, people talked. Many concluded that Wesley had left town, thinking he actualized his dream, that he made it to the fine California sunshine to sling parts at his own speed shop. A few more thought otherwise. After a long period of absence, even Wesley's parents figured the reports were true, that their only son had run away to the Golden State. That was the best that they could hope for. Bobby Caldwell knew better. Matt never made it to California. It had been that highway. It ate him, and nobody ever saw Wesley again. Bastard highway, said Caldwell. This'll be for you, old buddy. Caldwell exited the Challenger and pulled an orange microfiber towel from his back pocket. He caressed the towel over the black paint, removing fingerprint marks. In minutes, the shine of wax pounced like a panther at Caldwell, making his pride swell. "Daddy, are you going out somewhere?" asked a diminutive voice from behind. A little girl stood at his heels, her teddy bear hanging by a limp arm from her hand. "Oh, don't worry, dear. Daddy's going for a little cruise tomorrow afternoon, and I'll be back by dinner time." Caldwell led his daughter by the hand from the garage and pressed the remote. "It's going to be easy," he said, watching the garage door close in paneled segments, consuming the Challenger. As easy as ice cream on a breezy summer day. Chapter 3. Steve rolled out his '69 Bosch 302 Mustang by hand. pushing her into the light and away from a long hibernation. He resisted the temptation to fire the engine until he did a once-over, pouring some lubricating oil down the spark plug holes and priming the fuel and oil pumps. Passing cars slowed on occasion to get a glimpse of the old Detroit relic as it emerged toward the brightness of day. Steve hit the brake and stopped the Mustang in its tracks. He exited and patted the roof, shining the chrome drip rail with his shirt sleeve, and laid a hand on the blue oval paint. This is going to be a real challenge, he figured, imagining himself up against some of the best street racers that ever tore up the town of Rock Springs, Wyoming. It was going to be a downright nasty race, and he knew it. The added curves and built-in dangers of Route 187 was going to make it even tougher. A tingle of fear ran deep in the pit of his stomach. What if Mitchell was right? What if someone didn't get out alive? What if all the rumors were true, that Route 187 was a demonic road hell-bent on the consumption of human souls? It's all BS, he said, scoffing at such a ludicrous idea that a road could be possessed. He opened the hood to reveal the 302 cubic inch power plant. The engine chrome glistened like jewelry, sunbeams kissing the polished speed parts. "You're in love with that car, aren't you?" said an intruding voice, more a pronouncement of fact than inquiry. She approached Steve from behind to grab him by the waist. "I thought I'd take her out of storage and go for a drive. She's been off the road all season, and as you know, Carol, leaving a car sit can ruin it. These cars are made to run." "Where do you plan to go with it?" she asked. Carol Cole ran her hand seductively along the paint and added, "Wherever it is, can I join?" Carol's imagination ran unrestrained at the prospect of a road trip. Though she would never admit it, she loved the old Mustang and delighted in going for weekend jaunts in good weather. "Where I'm going is off limits. You wouldn't enjoy it." "Try me," she insisted. Steve removed wires and spark plugs, pouring a shot of lubricating oil down each bore. "I can't really say. Let's call it a guy's night out. A friendly wager among friends." "What, are you going to race somebody?" she asked. Instant recall took Carol to the hot, lazy days of years gone by. In her youth, she'd ridden with Steve many a time, the unwilling passenger in a drag race. Riding the death seat in such situations introduced Carol to the most terrifying experiences of her life. Yet Steve hauled her through it all without a scratch. That was years ago, a lifetime away from where they stood today, a bygone period in their lives, another dimension of time and space. Steve was fast, she remembered, no doubt about it, and he cleaned up pretty good from those Friday night bets at the local burger joint. His winnings helped put the down payment on their house. Was her husband somehow coming out of retirement? "You're a little old for a mid-life crisis, aren't you?" Carol taunted him, hoping the barb might extract a confession. "You're prying, Carol." Steve tinkered under the hood, giving the rare and exotic cross-boss carburetors a shot of quick start. "That's because I'm your wife, Steve. You're going nowhere unless you tell me what you plan to do with this thing." She immediately resented the car now, this street machine sitting like a big anvil of interference to an open dialogue between husband and wife. Steve saw a look of disdain on Carol's face, a look he'd seen innumerable times. If he didn't distract her soon, he'd have to capitulate to her interrogation or be relegated to sleep on the couch. "What's for dinner?" he asked. "Who's on the starting grid?" she countered. Steve shrugged and considered his next words. "If you really need to know, we're running the old road tomorrow afternoon." "What?" "Come again? I didn't quite hear that," said Carol. "We're running the old road." "What old road?" she asked. Carol's heart rate escalated. "Me and a couple of friends are running 187, he said, wincing as the words left his mouth. He already sensed her wrath gain momentum like a tornado about to touch down. "And you plan to run the Mustang on that highway? Are you out of your mind? You'll die!" Steve got in and fired the engine, letting it crank over without the spark plugs, allowing the lubricating oil to coat the cylinder walls. The cold crank primed the oil galleries, camshaft and crankshaft. "Nonsense," said Steve. "I know what you're thinking, Carol, but I don't buy into all the bull about the highway. It isn't haunted. It isn't cursed. It's an ordinary road, and besides, how dangerous can it be when we'll all be the only ones on it? The road is closed, for God's sake." Carol poised her hands on her waist. "It's closed for good reason," she said, "and God's sake, to use your words, had nothing to do with the closure. It's not an ordinary road, Steve. It's an extraordinary road. Extraordinarily dangerous. I want no part of it. No part of it at all." "I'm not asking you to be a part of it." No matter, I've already committed. Warning bells rang in Carol Cole's apprehensive mind. A conflicted bag of emotions rose from the dormant state of her subconscious. The fear of danger, the elation of a victory, the instinct for survival, and the love she felt for her husband swirled from her depths like a dark funnel cloud within. I can't afford to lose you, Steve. She put her hand to his shoulder, her eyes tearing up. It seemed not that long ago she lost a distant cousin to Route 187. Everyone from the town of Rock Springs knew someone who'd been swallowed by the road. The coroner pronounced her cousin dead on arrival. It took the insistence of relatives that an accident reconstructionist be retained to analyze her cousin's crash. The collision took place at high speed, judging by the devastation inflicted upon the bodywork and chassis. An expert wasn't really needed to explain the physics of high speed and colliding matter. The only thing missing from the equation was the hit-and-run vehicle, and nobody had an idea where that went. It left no trace of body parts or fluids at the scene, as if it had never existed. A maintenance crew found her cousin's body during daytime hours. Work schedules demanded these crews service the roads and highways at all hours, but those that dared tread on 187 did so at their own risk, and only in the daylight. In the road's heyday, people learned to stay off of Route 187 at night. It became a well-established fact that the road presented the most danger from twilight on into early morning. When twilight cast its shadowy hand upon 187, highway crews were already long gone, leaving behind their government obligations just before the horrid nighttime carnage began. In the morning, when the crews would report once again for work, daylight would shine a light on the cavalcade of wreckage. Dismembered corpses, severed heads, and broken bodies baked in the afternoon sun as they decayed at the side of the two-lane road. Sometimes the remains were never found, only empty and undamaged vehicles left on the shoulder. There was a certain wild logic to the road, and its danger ebbed and flowed to the time of day. Like basic fundamental laws of the cosmos, even 187 had its own set of irrevocable rules to be followed, though twisted and outlandish as they might be. Every worker heeded those rules, and even the superiors refrained from ordering any crew to service the road beyond first hint of twilight. The same held true for the nearby inhabitants, all of whom feared the road with few exceptions. Steve and his 3 competitors planned to run the stretch at twilight, as if to scoff at the superstitious hype. Carol knew all about Route 187 and its hideous quirks. If she couldn't stop the race, she'd try to influence other factors. Her next question was obvious. So what time do you plan to run this so-called race? Twilight, Steve answered, cranking the engine once more, circulating the lifeblood throughout the motor, feeding the most remote passageways. Steve, she shouted. That's it. I'm pulling the plug on this foolishness. You're not going, and that's final. Carol gathered up the spark plugs that Steve had laid out in neat rows on either side of the engine bay. I'm pulling the plugs, she yelled. You hear me? I'm pulling the plugs. Steve exited and took her by the arm. Listen, he said, removing the bulging spark plugs from between her fingers. You're neglecting one thing, Carol. And what's that? She asked. $25,000 to the one that comes out the other side in first place. Now that was money they could use. Maybe this dark event would become a golden opportunity. Steve registered the subtleties in her face and knew exactly what she thought. And we can use the money for the kitchen remodeling, he added. 25,000, you said? Her mental calculator making computations. 25 grand, he repeated, holding her by the shoulders. Well, maybe it's not so dangerous after all. I mean, the road's been closed for years. Maybe you're right, Steve. Now you're talking, he said. He plucked the remaining spark plugs from her hands and started to screw them into the engine block and connect the plug wires. When he finished, he got into the Mustang and fired the old brute. The modified small block engine kicked out 450 horses, shimmy shaking on its motor mounts, bucking to escape from the stable. The raw sound of roaring pistons and exhaust sent a chill through Carol, and her thoughts turned once again to the road. She read her husband's face and saw the obsessive delight in his eyes as he mashed the throttle and listened to the engine. There was no turning back now. He'd made the bet. He made the commitment, and she well knew that when her husband committed, there would be no turning back. He'd make it, she figured. He had to make it to the other side. Chapter 4. Dan Mitchell closed the hood on his '69 Camaro with smug satisfaction, convinced that his engine modifications had reached maximum optimization. The suspension was tight, the steering crisp, and the engine ate gobs of gasoline, spitting out horsepower in a fair exchange. Mitchell sat on his porch step and sipped a beer, watching the slow pace of the occasional passing car. He feared the road. The legends about the highway persisted in his psyche, plaguing him since childhood. The stories of road demons and goblins never quite banished themselves, refusing to die from his memory, as most demons die when coming of age. They remain with him, alive and well in his imagination, waiting to pounce. Mitchell wanted them gone, and gone for good. Running 187 would be his chance to debunk the stories and the legends. Ride the road to the other side and come out first with 25 grand in his pocket. This was his win-win situation. No more demons, and all the richer because of it. He took a final slug from his bottle and gazed at the Camaro. This would be his chariot out of here to a new life. Chapter 5. Tommy Hicks finished pouring the last drops of octane boost into the gas tank and twisted the gas cap. "You are my sweet Hemi," he said, adoring his Plymouth Superbird as if it were the last woman on earth. Hicks had plenty of women in his time, and even a few making out in the back seat of the Plymouth, but none stayed around as long or as lovingly as the Superbird. Women came and women went. He took a brief excursion into the dim recesses of his amorous past, but then his thoughts turned toward the road. Hicks had heard all the stories and the wild claims just like everyone else in Rock Springs. Hicks was a mechanic, and a damn good one at that. His mind worked on combustion and the dynamics of suspension geometry, with little room in the synapses for anything else. Stories about Route 187 simply didn't register in his mind. They were tales told by children, rumors and lies perpetuated by these little monsters into their adult life. Sure, he'd read about the deaths on 187 in the town paper, and during the days of operation, US 187 racked up a lot of body bags. But how was that any different from any other highway in the USA? People drove cars, and some of them died. It could happen to anyone at any time. That was a fact of life. Hicks ran his hand along the ostentatious rear wing of his pride, his absolute joy. The wing looked like a giant coat hanger, but it actually worked, providing the needed downforce at high speed. The prize money, $25,000 in all, plus the thrill of victory, now that would sit well on the mantelpiece of his soul, a victory he could toast on the dreary descent into old age. This would be a cinch, as none of the other participants possessed the enormous Hemi power plant under the hood. Size mattered in horsepower wars, it always did. The 426 Hemi engine would swallow both Ford and GM, even Dodge, and at the end of the line, instead of the big three, there would only be the big one, Tommy Hicks. Chapter 6. The sun set in its customary path across the sky, and nightfall dimmed the town of Rock Springs. A negative energy invaded the sleepy community like a creeping, misty skeleton hand, gripping the slumbering residents, all of them, and unsettling the night. Something big was going down, and people could sense it through the blurry prism of their nightmares. US 187 pulsed with energy as if awakening from a cryogenic sleep. The only ones who didn't dream were the four men. Each slept undisturbed, almost crypt-like in their respective beds, human altarpieces for a grand sacrifice to the god of perpetual motion. Sunday morning rolled in, and the sun rose over the horizon, performing early duty on a restful day. It was like any other ordinary day in Rock Springs. Shopkeepers opened their doors for business, and people ate breakfast and went to their respective places of worship. For the four men, Sunday was race day, a pagan tribute to the combustion engine, and on this Sunday, they would finally prove in their own minds that the rumors about the highway were bunk. No matter who won, they'd all go out for a beer after the race and toast to themselves for their bravery amidst a town full of cowards. Steve arose well-rested and his five senses on high alert. Carol stayed in bed and rolled over, determined to maintain her deep sleep session. Steve peered out the bedroom window and soaked up the morning sun. He stepped outside the sliding door and tasted the chill of the departed night. The cold concrete of the platform stoop tingled his bare feet. "It's going to be glorious," he said. Minutes later, Carol made another turn in bed to touch her husband, and instead of Steve's refined muscular features, she contacted an empty pillow. His absence stirred her to consciousness, and she awakened to see the outline of her husband through the open screen window of their bedroom. "Steve?" Her call to him went unanswered. She studied the silhouette of her husband, admiring the form of the man that she married. Then the outline vaporized into nothingness. What the hell? Now fully alert and oriented, her eyes scanned to trace the whereabouts of this apparition. Her thoughts struggled to digest what just happened. Early morning hallucination, or a holdover from some demented dream, her mind tried to decide. Steve walked into the room, a towel wrapped around him and nothing else, his hair hanging in matted clumps. That shower felt good, he said, letting the towel fall to his feet. Relief swept over Carol, and she dismissed the bizarre special effect of a minute before. Carol bored into her husband's eyes and knew she was in for it. The sight of Steve's marbleized muscles cranked the lust engine, and she fell back to the pillow. Steve leapt onto the bed. Care to give a condemned man his last wish? Carol giggled and submitted to their well-rehearsed mating game. Chapter 7. They say as a man ages, dreams become less frequent. By logical deduction, that must also be true of nightmares. Caldwell didn't dream at all last night as best he could recollect. Yet his awakening scream defied the assertion that the frequency of dreams and nightmares faded with age. His wife awoke with a scare at the wild vibrato that was her husband's voice. "What's all the noise?" she asked, rubbing her eyes and stretching out in her clinging nightgown. "Must have been a bad dream," said Caldwell. "Go back to sleep." It was nothing. Caldwell heard a knock. "Daddy? Are you all right, Daddy?" Little Susie pushed open the bedroom door. "Everything's fine, sweetie," said Sylvia. "Go back to bed and sleep a little longer, honey." "Daddy's okay?" she asked. "Daddy's fine," said Caldwell. "Okay," said Susie, and dutifully marched back to her bedroom. Bobby Caldwell grabbed his chest. "I feel scared, Sylvia." "Then don't do it." "Don't do it, Robert. Call your friends and tell them you changed your mind." "But I have to go through with it now. I'm committed." "You don't have to do anything, Robert. If you want, I'll make the calls and cancel for you." Caldwell gave careful consideration to the idea of backing out as he sat up in bed. What would happen if he did? He'd never be able to face the guys again. He'd never find the answers he sought. He'd never know the ultimate fate of his best friend. He'd never have closure, and the road, US 187, would still be there, an attractive nuisance to bother him for the balance of his life. "No, Sylvia, I have to go. I need to find answers. I need to close off that part of my life, and when I win, we'll take the money for a down payment on a new house and move away from this dead town." Sylvia did not want to see her husband race, but she did like the idea of $25,000 lining her bank account. She was well informed about the road, like everyone from the town, and she believed that if her husband ran the road, he might surely die. Her worry lines betrayed her. "Sylvia, it's going to work out fine for me. I have a fast car. Whatever lies out there, whatever took Wesley won't be a match for me. I'll outrun them, or it. Wait for me on the other side, and I'll bring home the prize. We'll move away from here and never look back." How could she argue? She knew by her husband's voice that his determination squelched any argument she could ever make to the contrary. She lay back in bed and drew the covers over the pink silk of her nightgown. Caldwell seized her by the waist, drawing her close. Chapter 8. Tommy Hicks inhaled his breakfast with quick bites and gulps, bright-eyed and full of aggression. His sleep invigorated him, and he diverted his thoughts toward an automotive beatdown today. He ate his cereal while seated on the stool in front of the Superbird, watching her like a silent movie. This was going to be one hell of a blast on the Forbidden Highway. High-octane gasoline pumped through his spirits, an octane as high as the racing gas running through the Plymouth. A cartoon roadrunner emblazoned on the rear wing smiled at him with a sardonic grin. Hicks gave the bird to the roadrunner, extending his middle finger with the expectation that somehow this would register. "We're going to be trouble for the Ford and Chevy camps, aren't we, little bird? As for the Dodge camp, well, I'm not even concerned about Caldwell. He can't drive." The roadrunner maintained its static smirk, unchanged as before. Or was it? Hicks looked closer at the painted bird. Now it had teeth and sharp eyes that bored through Hicks with murderous intent. Hicks took a double take. The roadrunner was again back to its former self, its beak smirking, holding a racing helmet under its wing. Hicks dismissed the illusion and stood up, kicking the stool away. It rolled toward the back of the garage on its tiny casters. Hicks took his empty cereal bowl and went inside the house to prepare. Chapter 9. Dan Mitchell offered up a prayer that all would go well today. Racing was a dangerous sport, and he knew it. He also knew that the perils associated with racing were not about to change because four fools planned to run an empty road. An old grudge run among friends, Mitchell could have lived with the bet had it been any other road but 187. Mitchell and his Camaro had run with the best and the fastest. It had been years since he'd raced, and those days had ended quietly long ago. But racing bugs never really died. They went into hibernation instead, waiting for a signaling event to bring them up from the cavernous regions of a man's soul. For Mitchell, the bug had awakened like a dormant cicada, making a comeback as though it had never been dormant at all. If Mitchell had figured his racing days were over, he figured wrong. By dusk, he'd again find himself in the company of the best racers around, but it wasn't the prize money that mattered this time. Winning was not the primary goal anymore. Surviving was. Cole hadn't a frigging clue what he'd stirred up all over a stupid bet in a bar, and today Mitchell was actually going to do it. Mitchell had repeatedly promised himself he'd never do the road, that he had no interest in what Route 187 could show him, but somehow Cole had conned Mitchell into an unexpected reversal. Now Mitchell sat by the front fender of his Chevrolet and stewed over the mess he'd dragged himself into. He wasn't so old that he'd grown tired of living, nor so reckless as to risk bodily injury to himself. He wanted to remain a part of the human race, if only for a while longer. He would only survive by exercising the greatest of due care. Chapter 10. Sunday unfurled in brilliant splendor, and the afternoon sun began to set in a burning ball of orange on the horizon. Each man watched the setting sun with the high tension of power lines, their bodies bristling with electricity. Time to saddle up as four men brought out their street machines to play. Sunday's lazy residents and their uninspired routines were jarred by the sound of engines coughing to life in four different areas of town. The rumble of V8s spread across Rock Springs end to end, connecting like a chain of amino acids, stirring to life with the burning of gasoline and the creation of energy. People were roused from their dinners, and somehow they knew what was happening. Word traveled faster than light speed in small-town USA, and the residents knew. They all knew. Four of Detroit's finest pieces of iron converged together: Plymouth, Dodge, Ford, and Chevrolet, coming to meet at the start of US 187, as if for some bizarre bull session. If only it had been for that reason and no other. Cole sat on the fender of his Boss 302 Mustang, relaxed and arms folded. The aggressive rumble of the Superbird grew louder, followed by the brutish bellow of a 440 Challenger. The remarkable tone of Mitchell's cross-ram intake on the Z28 completed the symphony of cubic inches. "What took you jerks so long?" shouted Cole. Each shut down their street machine in a domino effect until all were silent. The air went still, and remnants of the sun retreated behind a cluster of trees at the side of the highway, leaving behind the dangerous nighttime festivities for the competitors of this tortured road. "Are we late?" asked Hicks, his Superbird parked nose to nose with Cole, his arm resting casually on the door of the Winged Warrior. "Just in time," said Cole, right back at him. "I'm ready," said Caldwell, emerging from his Challenger and going to the trunk of his car. He slipped the key in and flipped open the lid, withdrawing a wicked-looking DP-12 double-barrel shotgun with a 16-round capacity. "Hey, Caldwell, what the hell do you plan to do with that thing?" asked Mitchell, now leaning against the fender of his Camaro. "He plans to blow out our tires. It's the only way he can win," said Hicks. The men roared with laughter. Caldwell took a bead on the wooden sign posted in the middle of Route 187 and pulled the trigger. Blam, blam, went the shotgun, tearing up wood and sending splinters everywhere. Blam, blam, again blasted the DP-12, destroying more of the sign, disintegrating the words "road closed" and "do not." Only fragments of the word "enter" remained, daring them like an evil invitation to drive the highway. Caldwell went over and kicked away the weakened wooden supports, sending the entire sign collapsing to the ground. "Damn road," said Caldwell. The surrounding silence beckoned a response, and then Cole sounded off. "Frigging highway," said Cole. "Ditto," said Hicks. "Well, looks like we're on a highway to hell," said Mitchell. "Hope we don't all end up there." "Don't be such a chicken," said Cole. "It's show time. Now the rules are pretty simple. First one on the other side will sit on the hood of the winning car and wait for the others to finish. If someone doesn't come out, for whatever reason, the rest of us go back in and get him. Everything else is fair game. Understood?" They all nodded, each man now more fearful of the possibility that in fact one or more of them might not make it. Dan Mitchell shuddered inside and wanted to turn around and run. A fight-or-flight response demanded that he flee this insane contest, but his competitive streak made him stand his ground. He was doing it. No turning back. Besides, he had his Chevrolet Camaro armed with a behemoth cross-ram intake to keep him out of trouble. Mitchell became confident he'd outrun any problems in whatever form they might take. Caldwell sought solace in his shotgun, placing it on the front seat of his Challenger. If horsepower couldn't defeat the road, a blast from the heavy gauge might tame whatever surprises came his way. He placed his divine trust in the gauge, and when the time arrived to draw it, he was ready to launch buckshot, lots of it. Steve Cole removed his mind from the danger by thinking about the prize money he earmarked for engine and suspension upgrades, and if there was any money left over, he'd remodel that kitchen for Carol. Cole looked down the highway, seeing the dotted line get smaller until it merged with the horizon. His thoughts shifted away from the prize money and focused on shifting gears and spinning red lines. Tommy Hicks gave no thought about how he would cope with the highway because he didn't want to believe. His mind was filled with thoughts of octane boost, horsepower, spark plugs, and detonation. He'd win this race and enjoy that fat prize at the end of the road. Perhaps he'd buy himself a trip out of Rock Springs to a place that never heard of Route 187 or the boring inhabitants that lived off the intrigue and the myths. "Let's line up the cars," said Cole. "And how do you plan to line them up?" asked Hicks. "It's a 2-lane road and we have 4 cars. "Already thought about that," said Cole. "2 of us will have to line up on both shoulders, and we'll draw lots to see who gets the blacktop lanes and who rides the outer lanes, so to speak." Cole produced 4 straws from his pocket and showed the men. "The shoulders are not outer lanes," said Caldwell. "There's no traction there for a good start. It's all dirt and gravel. This is total BS. "What's our alternative then?" asked Cole. "Let's just go home," said Mitchell, seeking an opportunity to put an end to this mad project. Caldwell, Cole, and Hicks trained their attention on Mitchell like pack dogs preparing to turn on the weakest member of the group. "You're joking," said Hicks. "Are you saying you want to back out, Mitchell? Your little Camaro can't run with the big boys?" Mitchell realized his mistake too late. Showing weakness at this late stage was not a wise move. Now he absolutely had to win the race or he'd never hear the end of it from the guys. They'd chide him about his Camaro being too slow, or they'd scold him for being a weakling. Either way, unless he won this race, he'd be branded. "You're all going to eat my asphalt when I shove my car in gear," said Mitchell. "And to show you what my car can do, I'll actually volunteer to take the shoulder while you lesser men can draw your lots." Mitchell smirked at his quick-witted recovery, now watching the men for their reaction. "I'll take the shoulder too," said Cole. "No, I will," said Hicks. "Forget it, boys, the shoulder's mine," said Caldwell. Hicks and Coles looked at each other and shrugged. "It's all yours," said Steve, and he patted Caldwell on the back. "Who's going to sound the start of the race?" Hicks asked. "I will," said Caldwell, reaching in to show his shotgun once again. "When you hear this 12-gauge, nail it." "Let's move," said Cole, and each of the men returned to their machines. The sun's rays disappeared and a gray curtain cast its veil over the highway. The faded white line ran straight for several miles, cutting a swath through a forest of dead trees that dotted the horizon. Cole and Hicks aligned their cars evenly on the 2-lane blacktop while Mitchell positioned his Camaro to the driver's side of Cole, and the Challenger of Caldwell nestled next to the Superbird, occupying the right lane. 4 engines idled in an angry rumble of primitive Detroit technology. Caldwell waved his shotgun out the window, and in doing so caused the men to rev their engines furiously. Tachometers spun in their dials, rising and falling, and rising again. Car bodies shimmied. Pre-race adrenaline seethed through the veins of the 4 highwaymen, and engines vigorously pumped their octane. Caldwell blasted his shotgun toward the heavens, and tires ripped asphalt. Rear ends wigwagged for traction, launching 4 bullets down the highway, tires screeching in agony, clawing for grip. "Yee-haw!" shouted Hicks from his Superbird, immediately assuming the lead. Cole dogged the Superbird, chasing the flying wing with a powerful gallop. Behind Cole, both Mitchell and Caldwell merged smoothly to the asphalt, heading down the road nose to tail, pulling hard in the chase to catch the Mustang. Cole ran on the heels of Hicks, feeling the rearview mirror of the Plymouth. The collective speed of 4 muscle cars barreled down the abandoned highway, their engines singing a celebration of vintage horsepower. "This ain't so bad," said Mitchell. the dials on his Camaro all pointing upward and in the desired zones of temperature, oil pressure, and RPMs. Not so bad at all. Mitchell closed ranks with Cole's Mustang, creating a tight holding pattern. The Challenger drove door to door with the high-winding Camaro, unable to pull away from Mitchell. The 302 cubic inch Chevrolet hummed a reliable, steady tune in counterpoint to the Challenger. Mitchell could see the tall wing of the Superbird ahead of the Mustang and knew that Hicks presented a problem. A high-winding 302 engine had little chance against a 426 Hemi, or a 440 for that matter, but maybe Mitchell would win this race on reliability. He listened intently to the pitch of the Hemi and the 440 engines. The old Superbird might die short of the finish line. The Challenger might throw a rod. The Camaro Z28 killed the Boss 302 in 1969, both on the track and the street. Steve Cole's Boss would surely lose to the Camaro. Then Mitchell would beat the label of cowardly chicken, call him what they will. Hicks peered down the road, the white line his pathfinder to victory. The highway stretched to infinity with no finality in sight, simply no end. The bullet nose of the Superbird cut through the air like a sharpened edge of a butcher's cleaver, but something weird was happening. Hicks sensed a disconnection from the reality of his surroundings. The terrain morphed into something peculiar, yet his Superbird charged forth, impervious of the changes. The forest of dead trees that flanked 187 quickly receded and changed to a landscape littered with crystalline stalagmites rising from the sandy soil. By the thousands, they looked like giant fallen icicles jutting up on either side of the road. "Damn it!" exclaimed Hicks. The back end of his Superbird skated side to side, about to teeter out of control. Hicks steered right, then left to correct. His heart thumped in terror at the threat of a fatal spin. "Come on, baby," he shrieked. "Come on!" He let off the throttle and corrected the skid, regaining the upper hand. He checked his mirrors to see what had happened to the others. They drove in the distance far off from his tail, having reduced their speed significantly. None were eager to pass, and their velocities fell away from the triple digits to a more pedestrian 60 miles per hour. "Black ice!" screamed Caldwell to Mitchell through his window. Mitchell nodded and kept pace door to door with the Challenger. A thick sheet of ice coated the entire landscape now, as if they had passed through a time portal to a frozen epoch. The ambient temperature dropped precipitously from 70 degrees to below freezing in seconds, and it baffled the men. Cole's skeptical mind spun in amazement at the incredible climactic change. He drew conclusions. This might have explained some of the accidents and fatalities, but it didn't explain them all. The giant stalagmites of ice soon melted away, and the temperature bounced back to a comfortable and breezy 70 degrees. The men were perplexed at the phenomenon, making them temporarily forget the prize money at stake. It wasn't long before Hicks snapped them out of their studied analysis. Hicks mashed the throttle and adjusted his Superbird to the upper digits. The Hemi engine snarled in answer to the heavy foot of Hicks. The cylinder walls of the 426 bathed in exploding gasoline. Hicks put some distance between him and his adversaries, watching them grow smaller yet again. He's going to be impossible to catch, thought Cole, the Boss Mustang raging against the wild abilities demonstrated by the Superbird's hemispherical combustion engine. In a flash, Hicks gained a half-mile advantage. Then the Superbird's taillights disappeared around a bend in the road. Mitchell and Caldwell, still side by side, rode on Cole's bumper. They saw the Plymouth's vanishing trick. Hicks was going to win the race. Hicks gunned the throttle, and the Plymouth's engine raged with horsepower. Then the engine fell silent. The speedometer needle went off the scale, and Hicks perceived a floating sensation. His eyes appreciated the vectors of movement, but his ears heard no blast of the engine. Had it quit? "What on earth?" he questioned, his voice barely a whimper. The engine, the hum of the tires, the usual rattles and squeaks of a vintage car, all were silent now. Somehow Hicks had piloted himself into a vacuum of time and space. His head felt funny. His mind was dazed. The landscape before him appeared hazy in the twilight. Something was terribly wrong. His mind drifted and his focus left him. The Superbird continued on, racing at a speed in excess of the numbers on the speedometer. How fast was he really going? How much longer would it be before the finish line? A checkered flag fluttered through his mind, and Hicks fought to maintain control of his five senses. Then, in the distance, a child darted out into the road and stood there, holding a teddy bear. Hicks blinked in disbelief. Was that Bobby's kid? A blink was all it took, because he flicked his wrists with amazing dexterity and speed, twisting the steering wheel hard left to avoid the child, sending the Superbird into a barrel roll. The child turned and laughed at Hicks with precocious innocence. Hicks shrieked in the vacuous silence, and sheet metal folded around him, crushing his body like the death squeeze of a trash compactor. The Superbird continued its death roll right off the highway, coming to rest in a gully out of sight of the road. Radiator steam rose up from the splintered front end. Hicks moaned in the silence, his difficult breaths more labored in the mysterious ether he had entered. His chest collapsed, spurts of blood ejected from the corners of his mouth whenever he coughed. The safety belt still held his broken body in place. He couldn't feel his legs. And where were his arms? He saw his hands in plain view, but they lacked any sensation. Hicks tilted his head to fix on his predicament, and his eyes captured the top of the gully. The child stood at the crest, a translucent, phantom-like outline against the darkened skies. It was not Bobby's child. It descended to meet Hicks in a mock effort to help. The look of distress and concern on the apparition's face morphed into a wicked grin. It seemed to speak, yet said nothing. "Children are the future," echoed its words in Hicks' mind. The apparition moved closer. "Too bad you never had any, Tommy." Hicks squeezed his eyes closed. "All those women you had, and what do you have to show for it?" The apparition was almost upon him. "You loved this car," spoke the phantom, injecting its words into Tommy's brain. "It meant more to you than anyone around you, and now you have no one. Now you have nothing. Not even this car." The words reverberated in his mind, while the impish phantom laughed maniacally at Hicks. Tom Hicks groaned in rattling breaths, and his chest wheezed in asthmatic gasps. Hicks considered the haunting words transmitted by the little demon and agreed. What did he have to show for his life? No family, no love, only emptiness wrapped up in an old muscle car. The phantom child giggled at him before it disintegrated into pieces. The dismembered fragments shape-shifted themselves into tiny skeletons, dozens of them, and they advanced on Hicks. They crawled like miniature soldiers, creeping their way to the dashboard of the wreck. Hicks screamed like a lunatic, but no sound came from his mouth. He struggled to unclasp his seatbelt. Too late. They leapt at his eyes with chattering teeth, eating through his sockets and into his brain, sending Hicks into shock at the excruciating pain. This was Tommy Hicks' last race, his final DNF, his did not finish. Cole, Mitchell, and Caldwell rounded the bend and passed the Superbird, their friend's final resting place. High grass obscured the Plymouth, and fresh rust enveloped the body like accelerated entropy, flaking metal and chipping paint, marring the once pristine car beyond recognition. The body of Hicks sat ramrod in the driver's seat, still gripping the wheel, nothing but bones and tattered flesh. "Where the hell is he?" said Cole, noticing for the first time that his engine too had fallen silent. The vacuum absorbed his words, sending them to nothingness. He kept the gas pedal jammed to the floor, and so did Caldwell and Mitchell. In a blip of time, they were safely out of the zone that had taken Hicks. The sounds of roaring power plants resumed their raucous noise, and the instrument gauges came back to life, pointing to vital signs within the engines. The collective tune of American Muscle was not nearly as melodic without the bass line of the Hemi engine, their horsepower quartet now reduced to a trio. He's going to do it, thought Cole. Hicks has this race wrapped up. Caldwell and Mitchell also felt the sting of defeat as their eyes scanned the horizon for any sign of the winged Plymouth out front. They saw nothing but darkening twilight and an empty road. Cole blocked his nearest competitors, straddling the center line to shut down any further attempts to put him in the rear view. Like a game of chess, Cole calculated possible outcomes in his mind. Maybe Hicks would run out of gas from the thirsty Hemi engine. Or maybe the Hemi would blow up. Perhaps he'd simply lose his way somehow. Or maybe Hicks would crash before the finish line. Each hypothetical dangled itself before Cole like a piece of tasty bait, and each had a certain level of appeal he was too afraid to admit. Assuming he was right about one or more of these scenarios, Cole had to ask himself the most critical question: would he go back to save a friend? He grappled with his conscience, then came to the most fitting conclusion. Maybe he would, and maybe he wouldn't. Why should he now decide on something that might never happen? Winning was all that counted in the moment. He'd worry about the morality of such issues after the race, not before. 25,000 rode the fine dotted line, and that 25,000 would go a long way to acquiring more speed parts for the Mustang. A kitchen remodeling could wait, and so could his wife. All these thoughts came rushing to the forefront at a moment when Caldwell made a competitive pass on the shoulder. Dust clouds flew up, and in a split second Cole saw the red taillights of the old Dodge Challenger. Caldwell cheered at the move. "Pass me in the weeds, will you?" said Cole, pouring on the steam, trying to keep up with the Dodge big block. The Challenger put down a large chunk of real estate and left behind the Boss 302 and Z28, giving both men the slip. Cole maintained his driving line, taking up the whole road to prevent another pass. He waved a cautionary finger out the window at Mitchell to warn him not to get any idea of passing like Caldwell. Mitchell gave Steve the middle finger in return and nailed the throttle, closing ranks with the Boss 302's bumper. Mitchell had room to pass, but not enough horsepower to get by. The Challenger led the way, gaining distance, while Camaro and Mustang ran nose to tail, neither able to pull away from the other. The odometers rolled like slot machines, clicking off numbers at a blistering rate. The men pushed deeper into uncharted land. Then the character of the road changed again. No longer the straight arrow of asphalt. A series of tremendous curves came at them, curves that assumed drastic shapes that took the men on a wild road race. The twisting sensation churned their innards on the serpentine road. Mitchell had an ill feeling in his gut. The Superbird's fast getaway seemed surreal. Could Hicks really have gotten so far ahead? Mitchell wanted to quit and turn around while it was still safe. But how dangerous had it really been? A slip on some road ice was it. If the cursed road had nothing more to dish out, nothing more than a few patches of black ice, then he'd be safe. Mitchell thought about the fat prize that waited at the finish line. No, he would not stop. He could not stop. Just listen to that cross-ram manifold. Hicks might not make it. He might crash or suffer a mechanical failure. Anything could happen between the start and finish lines. Mitchell had raced his Camaro in enough grudge runs from the past to know that perceived outcomes were never assured, just like life. Sure, death was the final finish line for anyone's life, but a lot happened between the green flag and the checkered flag. And like life, auto racing had many variables and many uncertainties, much dependent on driver skill, courage, and determination. Throw in the mechanical prowess of the car, and these added variables pushed the victory equation into a parallel universe of uncertainty. Mitchell's Camaro powered on, glued to Cole's bumper, Ford and Chevrolet in the hunt for Plymouth and Dodge, hell-bent on the prize money and pride of victory. Caldwell spied the Camaro and Mustang from the comfort of his rear-view mirror, right where they belonged. His only concern now, to run Hicks down, and victory would be assured. Caldwell wondered about the road. If bad ice was the worst that 187 could offer, then maybe his old friend Matt Wesley actually survived and made it to California to open that speed shop. Some friend he turned out to be, to disappear and never call or send a postcard. What a traitor, grunted Caldwell. And Wesley had promised to be a friend for life. The thought made Caldwell bitter. He didn't want to believe it, but the facts spoke for themselves. People were self-interested and deceitful at every opportunity, and that included Wesley. To hell with him, said Caldwell. In the distance, Robert Caldwell saw a sharp curve in the highway. His speed was 130 miles per hour, and he firmly braked to bring down the Challenger's velocity. A hard shift to third made the engine wind, and Caldwell wheeled strongly into the corner. "What the hell is he doing?" shouted Cole. Dan Mitchell saw it too, and all he could do was stare in disbelief. Where the road went straight, Caldwell bent the Challenger into a hard right turn, his Dodge beginning to leave the highway at breakneck speed. Fulminating clouds of dust kicked up from the tremendous forward momentum of the Dodge as it carved tracks in the dirt. "Bobby!" screamed Cole, honking his horn like artillery blasts. "Bobby, no!" Caldwell sensed the drastic change of surface from smooth pavement to lumpy dirt, and he grabbed the wheel aggressively, fighting to control his car. The Challenger would have nothing of it. The rear axle commenced a fishtail, a sliding fury of spinning gears and turning cogs. Caldwell careened out of control. As if seized upon by a ghostly hand, the steering wheel spun with violence, snapping free from his grip. Headlights, taillights, headlights, taillights. Caldwell wiped out at incredible speed. Cole and Mitchell slowed their cars, bringing them both to the curb where Caldwell departed the blacktop seconds before. Camaro and Mustang engines fell to idle, and Mitchell exited, followed by Cole. Between the swirls of dust, they gazed at piles of busted cars that lay strewn. The wrecked bodies stretched beyond the horizon, empty silhouettes of Detroit iron in the twilight, resting in this automotive graveyard. The makes and models spanned decades, displaying designs not seen on the road for generations. Many of them rested on their sides and roofs, having rolled in violent crashes or smashed into other derelicts. Frames twisted and sheet metal imploded, destroying their occupants. "What the hell happened here?" said Mitchell, his voice stammering at the carnage. "Whatever it was, it's pretty awful," said Cole. He scanned the area for Caldwell. When the dust cleared, Cole spotted the Challenger way beyond the wreckage. Caldwell and his Challenger had settled in a vacant spot near the smashed body of a 1950 Ford. The Challenger's headlights illuminated the area, casting frightening shadows toward Mitchell and Cole, shedding more light on the deadly carnage that lay before them, a cornucopia of destruction. Cole heard a car door squeak, and Caldwell emerged, unscathed but terrified. "Bobby!" shouted Mitchell. "Hey, Caldwell!" shouted Cole. "You still alive?" Mitchell and Cole laughed. "Not funny," yelled Caldwell back at them, his voice small and insignificant in the distance. Caldwell took a hard appraisal of what he had done and realized that he had driven right off of the highway. But the road turned. It had to turn. He saw the curve and his eyes didn't lie. He did a walk-around of the Challenger, its engine at idle now, and he inspected for damage. The car was filthy but damage-free. Satisfied, Caldwell got back in and slowly motored between several wrecks he diverted with the slightest of driving skill and the greatest of luck. Cole walked beyond the shoulder into the automotive dead zone and inspected one of the ruins. He kicked at the driver's door and it swung open. The cabin was empty. No skeleton, no rotting carrion, but faint blood spatter colored the headliner and door panels. The blood lay thick in the fabric. Time blunted the texture and color, but no mistaking that whoever bled out took their last ride in this jalopy. Caldwell reached the shoulder and parked the Challenger, leaving the engine on. He took no chances in case something supernatural decided to leverage its powers to destroy them, something wicked like a banshee. "How could this have happened?" asked Caldwell. "You tell me," said Mitchell. "We were right behind you and watched you drive right off the road for no reason. The road runs straight here, but you were driving like it curved." "It did curve," insisted Caldwell. "I saw the turn with my own eyes." Cole, with a hand to his chin, paced back 200 feet away from the men and studied the road. His stance shifted from side to side, and in so doing, he noticed something curious. At one angle, the road appeared straight. A slight shift in perception, just a bend in the knee, made it curve sharply right. But only one road led the way to victory. The overturned wreckage off to the shoulder gave clear and convincing proof on that point. "Caldwell, Mitchell, check this out!" Dan Mitchell and Bobby Caldwell broke into a brisk walk toward Cole. "Stand here and do this," said Cole, demonstrating. Mitchell, then Caldwell, shifted back and forth at the designated spot and saw the illusion. Caldwell angled back and forth, changing the illusion from straight to curved, depending on a slight variance to where he stood. How was it possible for there to be such a deception? It defied all natural laws, but Caldwell saw it, so he had no choice but to believe it. "This explains a lot of why the road is so dangerous," said Caldwell. "It's like a house of mirrors. What's real and what isn't all depends on your point of view." "Literally," said Mitchell. "This place stinks of death," said Cole. "What about the race?" Mitchell asked. "Oh, it's still on. Wouldn't let a little thing like this stop us now, would we, Dan?" Mitchell flinched at Steve's bar, but then stood his ground. "Hell no," said Mitchell. "Don't you hear my Z28 over there? She's going to spank that boss Mustang of yours." "A car that spanks. Kinky car. I like that," said Cole. "But in reality, it's the boss that spanks the secretary's car, and your Camaro does look like a secretary's car, right?" Mitchell rolled his eyes at Cole. "Ironic words coming from someone who owns a Mustang, the very definition of a secretary's car," said Mitchell. "I think Hicks has spanked us all," said Caldwell. "He has to be miles ahead by now." Caldwell shifted one more time, recreating the illusion that nearly did him in, and speculated in his mind what other bizarre phenomena lay in wait. Perhaps Hicks fell prey to a trap far worse just a few miles up the highway. Caldwell turned his thoughts to his lost friend Wesley. Maybe Wesley met his fate here among the scattered wreckage, or maybe something more diabolical further up the road. Caldwell could only hope that his friend Wesley had made it out alive and succeeded in California. "Forget Hicks and screw the rules. This is every man for himself," said Cole. "We've all had hardships in life, and each one of us always made it through. We have good survival instincts. We must have. If we didn't, we wouldn't be alive and talking on this dead road, would we?" Steve drew in a breath and looked down the highway. "Hicks might win, or he might lose. We'll only know at the finish line, and that's where I'm heading." Cole started walking briskly to his idling Boss 302. Caldwell and Mitchell followed in lockstep. "Gentlemen, this is going to be a Le Mans start," said Cole, standing in the midst of rumbling V8s. "We each run to our cars, jump in, and floor it. Let the rubber burn, men." "Agreed," said Mitchell. "Agreed," said Caldwell. The men lined up next to their rides. "On the count of 3, we go," said Caldwell. "Who does the count?" asked Cole. "Wait, do you hear that?" said Mitchell. "Hear what?" said Caldwell. A gentle whistling made its presence known. The men stood by their cars, anesthetized by the unusual tone. The whistle grew louder and was headed their way. In seconds, a misshapen shadow defined itself in the distance, a horrible wraith coming for them. "To hell with counting," shouted Cole. "Let's get out of here," shouted Mitchell. The men jumped into their cars, and in scant seconds Cole got the lead on them, peeling a patch of rubber on the asphalt, leaving a fog of white smoke behind. The Mustang's tachometer hit the red line and screamed with confidence down the uncertain road. Mitchell and Caldwell moved with equal agility, slamming doors, buckling belts, and engaging gears. The shadow stopped at the road, refusing to tread upon the asphalt, and grew tiny in the rearview mirrors. "Let's finish this race," said Caldwell, staring at the reflected shadow while taking a fast and final appraisal of the strewn wreckage. He bid the automotive graveyard farewell with a shift to second gear. The Challenger pulled hard, shoving Caldwell into his seat and shoving the scattered wrecks into the rear view along with the entity. Wherever Wesley was or might be, Caldwell would complete this race in memory of his friend. Mitchell's Camaro followed suit, melting tread marks into the pavement to catch up. The sound of burning rubber elevated Mitchell's feeling of dread, an exponential terror rising within at the sight of the appalling shadow, its whistling angry cry ripping through the night. Mitchell wondered how much worse it could get. He had to pull it together or lose his mind. Over the tormented wail of RPMs, Cole made additional mental calculations. 3 left to defeat, but maybe only 2. Out there somewhere, Hicks was running hard or not running at all. 3 left, maybe 2. He watched his friendly adversaries, Dodge and Chevrolet, riding his bumper, while Hicks and that damn Superbird didn't even register a blip on the radar screen of competition. Cole considered his rivals and thought about the road. Not only was he competing against some of the best auto racers from the region, he was combating the road too. Hypervigilance and driver skill together would keep him alive to win the prize. Mitchell engaged Caldwell in a road duel, the Camaro and Challenger chasing Cole while tugging at each other for position. One side of Mitchell wanted this mad race to be over, but not so fast, said the speed demon that had awakened inside the second hemisphere of his brain. A blistering white flame flared up somewhere within Mitchell, and the ardor of competition consumed him. The desire to win churned like molten lava, motivating him onward. Mitchell had been a very aggressive racer in his glory days, and his flamboyance was not soon forgotten. There was big prize money on the table here tonight, and to capture the cash would restore some of his former confidence. Maybe then he'd have more success with the ladies like he did many years ago. Money went a long way to enhance his life, and 25 grand could buy affection, if not for all eternity, at least for a while. Finishing in victory lane would give him bragging rights and the needed edge to find what he craved. Mitchell watched the rival Challenger go head-to-head with the Boss 302. In a blink of time, the Challenger grazed Cole's bumper and scraped the chrome, weaving side to side, trying to pass the Boss. "You think so?" said Cole, and countervailed to block the pass, swerving the rear in a dance with the Dodge. Caldwell decided if he couldn't pass on the blacktop, he'd do so on the shoulder once more and launched his Challenger into the dirt and gravel. The move surprised Cole, and he backed off in fear of starting a chain of collisions that would wipe them all out. Caldwell took the lead and skidded back to the road. Mitchell filled in the gap left by Caldwell, and it was Boss Mustang and Z28 Camaro again, battling for position in a classic Ford Chevy fight. The Challenger stretched out its lead, and Caldwell watched his opponents shrink. The terrain, once sandy and flat, turned jagged and mountainous. A blood moon rose over the highway and cast its rarefied red beams to the asphalt. The highway cut a path between dramatic cliffs of rock, and 187 narrowed to a point where the shoulder sheared away, leaving only a narrow ribbon of pavement in which to navigate. Caldwell was boxed in with no margin for error. Surrounded by steep cliffs, the contours of the highway began to wriggle and wind, making the bulky Challenger's suspension tilt in the turns. The straight-line dodge lacked the optimal suspension for such curves, and the twisting road allowed Mustang and Camaro to catch up. The even weight distribution of their road racing suspensions and lighter unit bodies served Ford and Chevrolet well. Caldwell looked ahead to the rocky, jagged tips capped with snow that grew like rows of shark's teeth before him. The men drove on toward the jaws, a one-way trip into the mouth of the unknown. Mitchell, Caldwell, and Cole no longer concerned themselves about the danger, each fully engaged, focusing their road racing finesse toward victory and the prize. Caldwell saw at first a diamond-shaped blur flanked by flashing lights. It whizzed past his periphery. What did it say? The paint was faded, and he barely caught the illustration, but it appeared to warn of falling rocks. Cole and Mitchell saw it too, and honked their horns at Caldwell to warn him. A faint ping sounded on the Challenger's hood. What was that? Caldwell had his foot in it, doing almost 90 miles per hour on the hairy twists. The object blew off the hood quicker than Caldwell could see. Ping, ping again. Caldwell perceived detritus striking the hood and now the roof of his car. Were they hailstones? Falling ice pellets? Worse yet, falling rock, as the diamond-shaped sign seemed to suggest? Caldwell slowed the Challenger to a more sane speed before he cracked the windshield. Ping, ping, ping. What the? Said Caldwell, astounded. Ping, 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 followed by a monstrous boom. A human skull fell on the hood and vibrated up against the Challenger's windshield. The hollow socket stared at Caldwell, and the teeth chattered over the sheet metal before the skull rattled off to the pavement. Caldwell gasped, unable to find words to reflect his astonishment. A multitude of human bones rained down on the Challenger now, noisy calcified remains denting the bodywork. Femurs, rib cages, and pelvic bones pelted the Mustang and Camaro too, in a macabre storm of doom. Skulls that missed the cars struck the road hard, cracking open with the sound of spilling marbles, a dazzling display of death. Caldwell looked more closely at the cliff walls on either side. They were chalky white and stacked to the peaks with compacted human remains. The hair on Robert's neck tingled, and his stomach bubbled with a mixture of awe and primordial fear. Onward he motored at the speed of a pace car on a caution lap. Cole and Mitchell trailed in tow, wondering when this death slide would end. Mitchell pulled up next to Cole and yelled out the window, "We're in hell! And if this isn't hell, we're going straight there after the race. I should never have let you talk me into it, Steve. Never." Mitchell was hot with anger. "Just shut up and drive through. It'll have to stop somewhere," said Cole. "It'll stop at our tombstone," said Mitchell. This is a sign we're going to die." "Shut up and drive," said Cole, rolling up his window, not wanting to hear any more. But Cole was feeling it, the fear, the terror, the sense of impending doom. For once he thought Mitchell might be right. He checked his odometer, nearly 50 miles into the race, almost to the halfway point. There would be no purpose in turning back now. Cole made a promise to himself that if he made it out, he would never speak to anyone about what he saw. Not anyone, not ever. The rain of bones abated as Caldwell led the group past the remaining cliffs to open plains once more. Caldwell pulled his car to the shoulder and got out. Cole and Mitchell parked behind him, white-knuckled and faces ashen. Caldwell breathed heavily, leaning against the driver's fender. The blood moon appeared large in the horizon, an angry celestial entity, a conspirator to their ultimate destruction. "Can anyone tell me what just happened?" said Caldwell. Cole opened his door and exited, walking toward the Challenger. "Man, your bodywork is trashed. It looks like you left her in the middle of a golf driving range for the day." Caldwell scrutinized the river of dents that flowed over the bodywork, cascading from the roof and hood, running down the sides of the car like a demented waterfall of destruction. "My car's totally ruined. A write-off," said Caldwell. He groaned like a terminal patient in a hospice ward. "Hey man, our cars are trashed too," said Cole. "Look," he said, pointing to the beat-up Camaro and Mustang. "Let's finish the race. We've gone past the point of no return. Let's do it." "I agree," said Mitchell. "I didn't want this race to begin with, but like Steve said, now we're gone past the point of no return. And our cars, well, let's say we're not going to win the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance, not that they'd have us anyway. Let's finish this race down and dirty, fender rubbing and scraping, the whole bit. It won't matter now." Caldwell took deep breaths, still recovering from the surreal landslide of minutes before. "I want to know what that was back there," he insisted. "I mean, what the hell?" His voice crackled like a boy in the early stages of puberty. "Do you really want to go back and find out?" asked Cole. "Does it matter what it was or why?" "I'll tell you what it was," said Mitchell. "It was unbelievable, and I'm still not sure it really happened." "I'm sure it happened," said Caldwell. "Look at my car!" He cleared off a piece of a clavicle bone lodged in the gap between his hood and the windshield. He looked at the bone and threw it away in disgust. "Hey, easy," said Steve. "That might have been somebody's grandma." "Yeah, funny," said Caldwell. "Well, now we know that the rumors were true," said Steve. "I stand corrected for my earlier assessment of this highway. Mitchell, I owe you an apology." Cole patted Dan Mitchell on the back. "Apology accepted," said Mitchell. "And I swear that if we make it out, I'll never let you talk me into anything as stupid as this again. My racing days are done." "We'll see you change your tune once you're in the lap of safety," said Cole. "Well, gentlemen, I believe we have a race to finish. That is, if Hicks hasn't already finished it for us." "It ain't over till it's over," said Caldwell. "I know I'll be using the prize money to put my Challenger in shape again. That'll put me back at zero, almost as if I never entered this damn race, and that would be fine by me." "Let's roll," said Cole. "This time be careful out there, gentlemen. There are going to be things ahead that no one should ever have to witness. I'd bet my life on it." "Looks like we all bet our lives on it," said Mitchell. Cole gave Mitchell a smirk and went back to his ride. Mitchell and Caldwell followed suit, and they all merged back onto 187, bringing the mini freight train of American muscle up to speed. The blood moon vanished from sight, obscured by cloud cover, and the road ahead turned onyx black, melding horizon and asphalt into a solid field of darkness. Caldwell flicked on his high beams. The center line provided a measure of comfort to Caldwell because it suggested human involvement, a man-made pathfinder out from this nightmare. Wesley was somewhere on this road. His bones were out there. Caldwell could sense it. Poor Matt. Why did Matt do it? Why did his friend flirt with the Reaper's scythe? Now Caldwell found himself doing the very same. Caldwell led the way, a vanguard through the blackness, while Mitchell and Cole raced on his tail. The bright glow of headlights in Caldwell's mirrors hypnotized him as he wheeled the Challenger into meandering curves at high speed. The old Dodge, her body cosmetically spoiled, still responded undeterred by the skin damage. The soul of the car was still present, and it would take more than cracking bones to beat it out of the chassis. "Don't you worry, baby girl. I'll have you fixed up in no time." The word baby girl reminded him of Susie, and his thoughts turned to his family. He wanted to see them if but for one more time. He had to survive. The money was secondary. In the far distance, Caldwell saw pulsing amber lights. His velocity read in the triple digits, and he let off the throttle in fearful anticipation of what lay ahead. He drew closer to the lights, and a warning sign materialized between the flashes, showing a divided road. He checked ahead as far as he could see, searching for a dividing median strip, but saw none. The four headlights from Cole's Boss 302 distracted Caldwell, and he checked his mirrors. The Mustang threatened to make a competitive pass on the outside lane. "Better not try that one, Steve," said Caldwell. "You don't know where that pass will lead you." If the flashing warning was any indicator, the road was about to divide with a concrete median at any second. The splash of the Challenger's headlights sprayed out into the distance, and at 100+ on this road, he was driving beyond the reach of his high beams. Ahead, sure enough, a concrete strip rose up like the bony spine of a dinosaur, splitting the road. "Oh, wow!" exclaimed Caldwell. The highway split off not into two roads, but into four, each heading off in a separate direction like the tributaries of an evil river. "Which way?" mouthed Caldwell over the blast of his engine. He had to decide fast because the branches of 187 were coming upon him with frightful haste. He downshifted to third, affording a fractional opportunity to assess his situation. The tachometer needle blipped toward the red line, then settled to more sane revolutions, calming the unbridled power of the engine. Caldwell made a wild guess and decided to follow the direction pointed by the tachometer needle. Only a twisted logic could ever apply to the otherworldliness of 187. Any road science that humankind once engineered into this highway had been absorbed and bent by the road's evil character. Nevermore would pure logic or hard science govern the physics of this highway. Caldwell made his choice and turned the taut wheel a few degrees counterclockwise, taking aim for the road furthest left. The Dodge Challenger responded like an obedient dog and pointed its nose with quick precision. The engine surged, and Caldwell sensed an immediate loss of traction. The ever-constant center line of the road abruptly disappeared, and the Challenger's headlights hunted for the safety of the white stripe, but the white stripe was no more. The front end of the Dodge went into a steep dive, the headlights now pointing into an abyss. Caldwell plunged in free flight, swallowed whole by a gorge of unfathomable depth. Cole and Mitchell skidded to a halt short of the forks in 187 and watched their friends' taillights disappear. "No way!" shouted Caldwell. His descent lasted a virtual lifetime, and he made peace with his soul in those remaining few seconds. 2,000 feet below, the nose of the Challenger disintegrated against a cruel rocky outcrop, and a sonic boom echoed off of the cavern walls. Mitchell and Cole rushed to the edge. The Challenger's engine surged for a moment, and then a ball of flame rose up, transporting black clouds of smoke amidst the fire. "Stay back," said Cole. In less than a minute, the smell of gasoline and burning rubber stung their noses, and the smoke burned their eyes. They stared down at the chasm in disbelief. The flames of Caldwell's wreckage illuminated a hollow cavern of countless smashed cars below. The fire from the Challenger quickly died and returned the rocky fissure to obscure blackness. The blood moon reappeared in the night sky, casting homicidal rays of red upon the spectacle. Both Cole and Mitchell returned a horrific stare to each other. "He's gone," said Mitchell, wiping his cheek with a shirt sleeve. "Gone," said Cole. "He didn't even have a chance." "So what the hell do we do?" asked Mitchell. "We're doomed if we go any further. And I bet Hicks never made it out the other side either. He's probably down there somewhere with Caldwell. We're all going to die." "To hell we are," said Cole. "We have to finish this race more now than ever. Otherwise it makes a mockery of what Caldwell did, of what we all did." By the light of the blood moon, Mitchell studied the gaping valley that ended Caldwell's life. "Look," he pointed. Cole turned his attention to the road and watched the pavement reconstitute itself, asphalt sealing over the plunging cavity that swallowed Caldwell. It became Route 187 again, rolling along like a regular highway, the solid white stripe passing right over the death pit, the asphalt continuing without interruption. "Unreal," said Cole. He positioned his stance to the three other feeder lanes and saw the same thing, continuous uninterrupted passage. "Now what?" said Mitchell. "All these roads look safe, but we know they're not. What do we do now?" Cole stooped and grabbed some rocks. "Here, take these," he said, handing Mitchell some stones. The two men began rolling pebbles along the road next to the one that ended Caldwell's life. The pebbles rolled and sounded off, skipping down one of the devious asphalt tributaries. Cole and Mitchell advanced and threw more, listening for the reassuring sound of rocks grating along the pavement. Again they would advance and throw more, listening and watching pebbles roll along the asphalt. This road looked solid. Mitchell threw another, and they trained their attention on the stone like predatory birds. It rolled for several feet, making a click-click. Then the road opened up, devouring the stone. They paused, and after several seconds the stone reverberated off the wall of another cliff. The road soon resealed itself just like the other, until it appeared solid and trustworthy in the most deceptive of manners. "We obviously can't believe anything we see," said Cole. "Two down," said Mitchell. "Let's go to the next road." Mitchell walked with Cole to the third tier of Route 187 and skipped some rocks along the asphalt. They stopped and listened, then advanced and threw more. They moved in increments, several feet at a time, throwing rocks and listening. Mitchell threw a few more stones and watched in amazement. The rocks disappeared, absorbed into a black wall that materialized in the middle of the road, blocking further access. The wall rippled with waves that looked like water in reaction to the rocks thrown. "Look at that," said Mitchell. "I see it," said Cole. Mitchell threw another rock and it skipped, echoing off the asphalt, bouncing into the barrier and vanished. The noise abruptly halted, like the rock had entered another realm of existence. The two men walked up to the reflective liquid and regarded their faces staring back at them. Simultaneously, they could see the backdrop of the highway, as if they could drive right through the wall, but the stones they threw were gone. "What are we dealing with?" asked Mitchell. "I don't know," said Cole. Steve motioned to put his hand into the reflective liquid. A persuasive force tugged on his hand, drawing it closer to the reflection. Dan Mitchell seized Cole's arm. "Don't," said Mitchell. He took the rocks from Cole's hand and threw them into the liquid pool, and they vanished. "Some things are better left undiscovered," said Mitchell. "Come on, let's check the other road, and if it checks out, then we'll be on our way." The men moved on to test the fourth road, and for a good 100 yards it proved passable. "This one's safe," said Cole. "As far as we can tell," said Mitchell. "Let's get our cars and get the hell out of here," said Cole, leading the way back to their rides. "And what about Caldwell? Doesn't he deserve a decent burial?" "He had his burial. It may not be decent, but I'm not going down there to find his charred remains. Are you?" "At least we should give him a moment of silence. He deserves that, at least," insisted Mitchell. Cole bowed his head for a short 5 seconds. "Are you satisfied? We may already have lost the race to Hicks, but if not, I plan to be in the winner's circle at the end." The burn of the chase had dwindled in Dan Mitchell's chest, the lust for victory dissipating from his body. This race smelled of rotting death. He wondered how he got here. He'd heard the stories and the legends. He'd known the risks, and still he challenged the road with reckless abandon. US 187 was a meat processing plant, never letting anything go to waste, not even human souls. Everything got consumed. This road was going to kill him and eat his soul. Mitchell knew this now, but now it was too late. He had to finish what he started. "Let's round him up," said Cole. He got in the boss and goosed the throttle. The Mustang threw powerful revs, impervious and unfeeling to the danger and the tragedy surrounding it. But that was the benefit of being metal and moving parts, the advantage of being inanimate. Nothing could scare it. Nothing could make it quit and turn away from the peril. The car felt nothing for anything or anyone. Mitchell's Camaro complied with equal impunity, ready to race to death and destruction if necessary. It all depended on the navigator behind the wheel. It all depended on Mitchell. Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro rolled forward, taking the fourth, less dangerous road, gaining speed. The highway basked in the glow of high-beam headlights, Cole and Mitchell driving nose to tail. The Mustang cut a swath through the night, its 4 headlights burning like the cool white gases of a starlit sky. At 120-plus miles per hour, the character of Route 187 changed rapidly and seemed to almost disappear beneath them. A fine mist had settled over the road. It hovered at ground level, making the harsh black asphalt disappear, transformed into soft white vapors. The Mustang made a pattern in the mist, spreading the vapors wide, and made them rise to the level of Mitchell's windshield. Cole's thoughts turned to his wife. They'd been married many years. How many was it? 24, give or take, maybe more. What kind of a husband had he been throughout those years? Had he loved her enough? The passion and the pleasure were intense during the honeymoon stage, but that died down with time like an archaic law that nobody remembered, the archaic law of marriage. People grew tired of each other. Sure, it was inevitable, but was it irreversible? Had he really loved his wife all those years, or had it become a stale marriage of convenience? The roar of the Mustang's 302 engine raged on in apathy to his thoughts. He struggled to be intellectually honest with himself, and the next question was upon him faster than the red line of his engine. He hadn't always shown it, but he loved Carol. Now he had to ask himself whether she loved him in return, or had it all been an act. He reasoned it out. She stayed where others might have left, true. She persisted through the good times and the bad, also true. They always made up after a fight. Her kisses tingled and danced on his lips every morning. The thing spoke for itself. He didn't consider the question any further, as the evidence was clear and convincing. Funny, he hadn't thought about her in such terms for a long time. Why had it come up now? The urgency to see Carol swelled in his heart. He needed to tell her how he felt. Why hadn't he told her before the race? It was the stupid road. It sucked him in, dwarfing all other priorities. Win or lose, he had to finish this race. He needed to stay frosty if he was going to survive. Mitchell's Camaro dogged Cole's rear bumper. Far ahead, a big lump appeared in Cole's field of vision. The lump sat off to the shoulder, and before long it became apparent. Abandoned tractor-trailer. Ford and Chevy blasted past the old relic at high speed. As the semi grew smaller, Mitchell saw a pair of headlights switch on and begin to move. Mitchell knew this could not be a good thing, and if it wasn't a good thing, it could only be a frigging horrible thing. Mitchell kept a stiff boot to it, hard on the taillights of Cole's snorting horse. Mitchell and Cole moved at a blistering pace, yet the dim headlights behind the Camaro were getting brighter and larger. Mitchell heard the grind of a diesel engine and the ominous roll of 18 wheels. How was it possible that a semi could keep up to the speed of a muscle car? He thought he heard the whine of forced induction. Anything was possible on Highway 187, and Mitchell knew not to waste his time searching his soul for explanations. The only answer he needed now was how to survive. The thing that rolled behind him had one priority, and that could only be to annihilate anything living. Mitchell sounded his horn at Cole and flashed his brights. Cole saw the semi too, and his terror escalated in tandem with his speed. The two men ran nearly flat out, having nothing more to squeeze from their engines without driving beyond the limits of the road. The big rig rolled like a supercharged steamroller, a mechanized demon commandeered by a renegade escapee from hell's insane asylum. The headlights were sharp in Mitchell's eyes, so close that Mitchell could smell death, making the fear of doom exude from his pores. The tractor-trailer let out a blast of its air horns, and the screech sounded like the Cretaceous cry of something awful. Mitchell felt his right foot touch the floor as he rode Cole's bumper in the right lane. The trailer swerved to the opposite lane and pulled up beside Mitchell. The noise from the truck delivered excruciating pain to Mitchell's ears. Mitchell squinted to see who was driving it. A fetid creature occupied the driver's seat. It looked like the remains of a bad genetic experiment, a cross between man and beast, the huge bony head resembling a crocodilian skull perched upon a human torso. Mitchell's blood crystallized in his veins. The semi took a swipe at the Camaro, and the monstrosity behind the wheel let out a hellish roar. Mitchell weaved a desperate countersteer into his technique and avoided contact. He gave a sharp stab to the throttle and managed to pull ahead of the semi. Cole dripped with sweat at the sight of this diabolical rig attempting to stomp Mitchell out of existence. Cole knew with Mitchell gone he would be next. Cole buried the speedometer needle in a frantic effort to give Mitchell space to escape. The three vehicles drove in unison, none of them able to outrun the other. This continued for several minutes before the character of the road changed once more. The straight line mutated into a worm of writhing curves and twists. The zigzagging curves scrubbed speed off of the semi and subdued the threat. Mustang and Camaro formed a tight bubble of speed and pulled away from the tractor-trailer. The beast behind the wheel shook its bony-clad fist at them, letting blast with the air horns again. "Bring it on!" shouted Cole. "Bring it!" The twisty asphalt gave Cole and Mitchell the necessary purchase to put some distance between them and the vile creature. Around the next sweeping turn, Cole saw it first, and then Mitchell. The road straightened, not a curve to be seen for several miles into the void. It disturbed the men in a most undesirable and uninviting way. "Damn it," said Mitchell. The semi's lights, a good mile off, grew once more in Mitchell's rear view, and the sensation of doom loomed in Mitchell's heart. The air horns announced the advancing wheels of destruction, and the semi pulled up on Mitchell's bumper, ramming the Camaro hard. The Z-28 lost rear traction, but Mitchell recovered. All Steve Cole could do was view the carnage unfold through his mirrors and watch his friend drive through what might be his last ride. "Come on, Mitchell, keep with me," said Cole. The Camaro's headlights diminished in size, and Cole realized it wasn't the Boss 302 that got faster. He knew that Mitchell had fallen off the pace. "Stay with me, buddy," said Cole in subdued tones. Smaller and fainter became the Camaro's headlights. In an instant, the spray of Mitchell's high beams flashed 3 times, then winked out. Mitchell fought to control the spin, but his car turned like a gyroscope. Mitchell saw the skeletal demon glare at him from the high seat of the semi, a reptilian grimace cast upon its crocodilian skull. The tractor-trailer slammed the unsettled Camaro again, making the Z-28 flip onto its roof. The Z-28 twirled like a top, and gasoline spilled from the Camaro's back end. The pungent scent of aromatic hydrocarbons filled Mitchell's nose, and gasoline flooded the interior, staining the headlighter. The semi did a U-turn and idled its way over to the smashed Camaro. The creature stuck its long and powerful snout out the window and hissed. The creature's skull blazed red under the blood moon, and its crooked teeth gleamed at Mitchell. At once it belched a stream of fire from its jaws, igniting the gas-soaked interior of Mitchell's Camaro. The Camaro became a funeral pyre, and Dan Mitchell's body lit up with a flash. Cole's mirrors flared with a bright orange fireball, and he clamped on the brakes. The Boss 302 ground to a stop, and Cole gaped, transfixed at the reflection, too terrified to actually look back and see with true eyes the burning of his old friend. Cole's heart galloped in his chest. Cole nailed the throttle and turned the wheel sharp left. The Mustang fishtailed with unquestioning compliance, turned 180 degrees to point at the ruination of Dan Mitchell. Cole doused his headlights and watched. The semi let out a blast of the air horns and began shifting gears away from the fresh destruction, headed away from Cole and his Boss 302. Cole hesitated and waited until the semi's red taillights were nothing more than pinpricks into the blackness. He put the Mustang in gear and rushed to the scene. The flames licked at the Camaro's once glossy paint job, turning everything to carbon. Cole pulled up alongside the intense heat and got out. He opened the driver's door to the Camaro with a gloved hand, and Dan Mitchell spilled out onto the ground, still alive and trying to speak. "Looks like I lost," said Mitchell. Tendrils of smoke rose from his hair and clothing. Cole pulled Dan away from the burning car, and some of the skin on Mitchell's hand came off. Mitchell screamed, and Cole recoiled in horror, dropping the peeled skin to the ground. Cole accelerated the rescue effort and pulled his friend by the arms, bringing Mitchell closer to safety. Scorch marks dotted Mitchell's arms like the bruised needle holes of a drug addict, and his tattered pant legs smoldered with the threat of further combustion. The intense heat from the conflagration had severely burned Mitchell's lungs, and the mere act of breathing caused him unquantifiable pain. Dan Mitchell's face looked like the skin of a blistered hot dog. The horrid red and black burns contrasted to the fear in his green eyes. "I don't want to die," said Mitchell. "You're going to make it, buddy. I need to get you to a hospital. You're going to make it, Dan." When a man is dying, he generally knows it. All the futile words of comfort from bystanders and misleading notions about making it don't really seem to matter. There is something in the mind, or maybe it's the human spirit, that tells a man his time has come. That spirit was talking to Dan Mitchell now, letting him know in loud and painful ways that his life was over. "Well, at least I died doing what I loved," said Mitchell in shallow breaths. "You're not dead, you're alive." Mitchell's eyes rolled back, and he let out a gentle exhalation of air. His body went limp, and all cessation of movement seized upon him. Cole shook Mitchell as if to rouse him from a deep sleep. "Dan! Stay with me! Dan!" Cole gently let go, resting Dan's body over the sandy soil. A stream of tears trickled over Steve's face. Steve and Cole cried into the night. "I'll get you for this," he said. "You hear me? I'll get you." His words of rage thinned into the blackness. Cole waited for a response or a signal of impending retaliation from the road. Out of the darkness came nothing, only the smiling and malevolent moon with its outrageous color. Steve sat with Mitchell and watched the fire eat the remains of the Z-28. Cole brooded over the loss of his friend, but he had an idea. He picked up Mitchell's charred body and carried him back to the Mustang. He placed Mitchell in the back over the fold-down rear seat. "You'll finish this race, Dan. You'll be right in the winner's circle with me." Cole slammed the shifter in gear and wheeled away from the wreckage, pouring on the steam. The Mustang's engine blared in anger at the atrocity left behind. Cole checked for any signs of the tractor-trailer. There were none. He drove flat out, taking the revs near red line, and barreled down the highway at 140-plus miles per hour. He passed many scenes of wasted wrecks off to both sides of the road. He saw decayed remains of people still in their seats, hands at the wheel, fully intent on leaving this roadside cemetery. Cole vowed he would not end up like them, not like Mitchell or Caldwell and maybe Hicks. How was he going to explain what happened? People would ask questions. Where's Bobby Caldwell? Where's Dan Mitchell? Where's Hicks? How would he respond? He didn't know and didn't want to know. These were problems he wished to have because being asked such questions meant that he made it out alive. Cole wondered in his solitude what lay in wait for him, the blast from the Mustang's exhaust giving him no answer except a hot and calculated voice that demanded victory. What cunning methods sprawled before him, deadly spring traps laid by the road to remove him from this world. There was no way to know until the problem was upon him. He wanted to win the race, but dying wasn't worth it. He let off the throttle and took the car down to 120 miles per hour. The landscape zipped by at a searing pace, despite the speed adjustment, rough edges and outlines of darkness whipping past with their nondescript shadows. How far was it to the end? It couldn't be that far. He was at least 60 miles, maybe 70 miles in. Would Hicks be there at the finish line, perched atop his hood? If Hicks had failed to finish, then who was he racing against? Stephen Cole appraised his actions and came to one conclusion, the only conclusion that fit. It had all been his fault. He'd driven Mitchell to run this race, knowing of the rumors, the legends, and the dangers, but refusing to believe. Mitchell was right. Someone was going to lose their life on this road. Mitchell must have known all along, or at least suspected he would die. He wanted to die doing what he loved, and he succeeded. But Cole was still alive, his heart beating steady, and the engine to his boss Mustang thumping with thunder. "I bet I can make it," said Cole. "I bet you can't," whispered a phantom voice. Cole saw Dan Mitchell sitting upright in the back seat, staring with blood-red eyes. Mitchell stretched out a hand and placed it on Cole's shoulder. "You're going to die on this road," said Mitchell. Mitchell's hand burned like hell's fire, and Cole recoiled from the carbonizing touch, letting go the steering wheel to push away the smoldering fingers of his friend. In doing so, the boss veered off the solid asphalt and hit dirt. Clouds of dust rose into the air, and Cole panicked, jamming the brakes hard. This sent him into a powerful slide. When the Mustang came to rest, Cole snapped off his seatbelt and bolted from the car. The headlights shot gloomy beams through the settling dust, and Cole came back to the driver's door with measured steps. In the back seat lay the corpse of Dan Mitchell, unmoved from the spot where Steve had placed his friend. Cole flipped back the bucket seat and pushed on Mitchell. The body shifted like jelly and stopped. Cole gave another prod, causing the same reaction in Mitchell. Steve checked his own shoulder and touched it for damage. He sensed no burning and felt no pain. But this was ridiculous. He heard Mitchell talk. He saw him. He felt the burn of Mitchell's touch. Cole returned his eyes to Dan. The body lay over the rear seat, immobilized by the certain hand of death. Cole laughed. Just another setback from this insane race. Steve Cole hopped into the driver's seat, slammed the door and popped the clutch, stirring more dirt, merging back to the road. Cole passed a sign that read 25 miles to Moran Junction and knew he was close to the end now. Route 187 concluded at the junction of US 87. That much he remembered. That was common knowledge. He bet Hicks would be waiting there, perched on the hood of his Superbird, gloating over the victory with majestic mountains as its backdrop. But what if Hicks had fallen victim like the others? Cole asked himself again if he'd go back and save him like they had all agreed, that no one got left behind. No way, not a chance. If he got out of here alive, he'd never go back. To go back was suicide. The tractor-trailer might be waiting for him or something worse. Cole jammed the throttle hard, opening up the boss for a sprint to the finish and get the hell off this highway never to return. At his current rate of speed, Cole estimated he would be at the end of this cursed highway in a matter of 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes ticked with excruciating lethargy. Cole saw the ghosts of the damned flanking either side of the road. He saw a landscape that resembled the asphodel meadows of Hades, lost souls walking without purpose, without desire. There were thousands of these apparitions, so many that they spilled out to the shoulders of 187, walking like hitchhikers of the damned, trying to solicit a ride from Cole to remove themselves from this eternal limbo. Cole kept driving, refusing to acknowledge their presence. They called to him by name, a ghostly choir repeating their pleas for redemption over and over again. "Stop!" exclaimed Cole. "All of you stop!" He let off the throttle and downshifted, slowing the Mustang. His headlights sprayed optimistic light to the intersection ahead. The tortured souls fell silent and began to fade from view, while the Mustang motored on final approach to the end of the road. Cole scanned ahead for any sign of Hicks, but saw nothing. He felt simultaneous joy at the victory and dismay at the death of his friends. "We made it, Dan. We won," said Cole, releasing his safety belt. Mitchell's body made no answer. The ring of victory sounded hollow in Cole's ears. "We made it," Steve repeated in softer tones. He pulled over to the shoulder and got out, his face wet with tears. Splintered shards of wood lay scattered on the ground at the intersection. A cluster of spent shotgun shells littered the asphalt. Cole saw the inviting word "Enter" lying amid the splinters. He kicked at the painted word in disbelief. To the left was another sign that read, "Road closed. Do not enter." That sign was fresh and unmolested, offering a new invitation to run another version of 187. Cole looked to the right and saw the same. US 187 signs sprang up everywhere, arisen from the earth in all directions like fast-sprouting mushrooms. In a panic, Steve considered driving off the road to the nearby field, a dreary field filled with more ghosts, their outstretched arms pleading for Cole to come to them. Cole knew that driving toward these phantoms would mean his death. He wanted to live. His choices were limited. Go back, go forward, turn to the right, turn to the left. His sudden urge to see his wife again drove him mad. Cole made his choice. Chapter 11. "What do we got here?" asked the salvage operator. "Looks abandoned to me," said the tow truck driver. "What'll we do with her?" he asked, leery about the find. "Hook her up," barked the salvager. "I'm keeping this one." "Fine," said the towman. He checked his watch and added, "When I'm done, I'm not waiting around. I'm getting the hell out of here. We shouldn't even be here. This road is closed." He got in the tow truck and reversed toward the relic. The towman checked his watch once more and scrambled to attach the tow tackle to the empty Mustang. The Mustang's bodywork was seriously bruised with dents, but the engine was intact. The tow winch lifted the Mustang's rear end, making her nose point down. "Where do you think the owner is?" asked the towman, handling the controls of the winch. "Oh, somewhere out there," pointed the salvager. "How long do you think this beast has been sitting here?" "Who knows? Weeks? Months? Years? Does it really matter?" "No, I suppose not," said the towman. "I guess the owner's dead." "Do you think?" said the salvager. "This horse looks rough, but she's a rare one. Too good to go to waste out here on a dead highway." He relished his find, mentally soaking up the curvaceous lines and shape of the Boss 302 from every angle. The towman stuck two flashing lights on the hood of the Boss and went to lock off the Mustang's steering wheel. "Hey, the keys are still in the ignition," said the towman. "Are they now?" said the salvager, walking over to inspect for himself. "So they are. I wonder if she'll start." The salvager reached inside, moved the shifter to neutral, and flicked the ignition key. The Mustang turned over once, then died. "Battery's dead," said the towman, looking through the passenger window. The towman reached into the glove box and fished around for the ownership. He seized upon a folded sheet of paper and withdrew it to read aloud. "Says this car was registered to a Stephen Cole. Don't you think we need to notify the next of kin?" "Great, a towman with morals. How often does that happen? But doesn't the family have a right to know?" "They already know. The road ate 'em, and that's that. Just keep quiet about this, and there's some money in it for you." The salvager ran his hands along the dented bodywork, dreaming about the restoration that would follow. "No problem," said the towman, slipping the registration into his pocket. They hauled Cole's car from the shoulder of 187, taking her down the highway as the sun began to set. Carol Cole heard a knock at the door. She flicked on her bedroom light and rubbed her eyes. She checked the time. It was late evening, and she'd fallen asleep in front of the television. She put on her slippers and hurried to the door to meet Steve. Why had he disappeared for so long? The race should only have lasted a couple of hours, not 2 days. She peered through the door and saw a shadow outlined by the front porch light. She opened the door with hesitation. "Are you Mrs. Cole?" "Yes, I am," she answered, fear clutching at her throat. "Ma'am, I have something you want," he said. "Who are you?" she asked. "This is the registration that belonged to Stephen Cole. I found it in his abandoned car. We found his Mustang on 187. A shock went through Carol like a lightning bolt. "And?" she questioned with trembling hands. "His vehicle was there. He wasn't. I belong to the cleanup crew. That's all I can tell you." "Where's his car?" "That's all I can tell you. I'm sorry, ma'am." The towman turned and left. Carol held the registration in her hand. Was this all that remained of her husband? Nothing more but a scrap of paper? No more warm embraces, no more kisses, no more Steve. A broken dam of fond memories drenched her mind, and she wailed at the doorstep, her cry resounding throughout the neighborhood. Months went by with no sign of Steve, or even a remote hint that he was alive. Carol Cole held out hope, but hope is a fleeting creature, and when it leaves, despair takes its place. The word was out all over town that US 187 had swallowed them all, Caldwell, Mitchell, Hicks, and Cole, making a meal out of their souls. Carol prayed they were all wrong, that Steve had somehow made it out. She cursed herself for providing him encouragement to run the road. She'd known the risks. She could have stopped him. She could have taken away his keys, but in the end, material gain, a remodeled kitchen drove her decision to let him go. Was that the value she placed on her husband's life? It rained the day she received the letter. She opened it with shaky hands and pulled out the correspondence. "Dear Ms. Cole, after careful investigation and evaluation of your claim for life insurance proceeds stemming from the disappearance of the named insured, your husband Stephen A. Cole, we conclude that since the body has never been recovered, there is no evidence that in fact the named insured is deceased. Our investigation further reveals that Stephen A. Cole was involved in an illegal race on Highway 187. By way of a special exclusionary endorsement on his life insurance policy, there is no coverage for death that occurs on US 187. Therefore, under the cited endorsement to the policy, we must respectfully decline your claim for the $25,000 proceeds from said policy. Very truly yours, William Hipping, the Gallant Insurance Group." Carol held the denial letter in her hands. The paper was cold and wet from the passing storm. The ink of her husband's name smudged to her touch. "Oh, Steve, you can't be dead." She looked out the window to her sedan in the driveway. Alone, and in her silence, she retraced in her mind the route that leads to US 187. Assignment Roswell by Richard L. Elsliger. "Approach and identify," said a gruff and commanding voice. "Lieutenant Mitchell, U.S. Army Intelligence, Security Clearance 12, I said. I presented my credentials and the gate opened. I drove into the base and made several right and left turns. I stopped outside the hangar where they kept it. I'd heard the rumors. Whether balloon or flying disc, I'd had enough of the intrigue and speculation across the nation, and the time was now to get some resolution. I paused in my Jeep, engine running, thinking about what might await me inside. Once exposed, there was no going back, and I knew that I would become part of the secret, part of the cover-up, possessed of highly classified information that could make me a target even of my own government. I turned off the ignition and considered my situation one last time, then hopped out. I passed through another security checkpoint, producing my credentials, and was let through. A tall, iron-jawed Army officer came up to me with an extended hand. "Lieutenant Mitchell, pleased to meet you. I'm Captain Ramsey. I've heard a lot about your background in engineering, so may I welcome you aboard our pirate ship?" I shook Ramsey's hand with the firmest handshake I could muster, given my current agitation about what laid behind those large, imposing doors to the hangar. "Pleased to be here," I said with a concealed apprehension. Captain Ramsey smiled with a grin that seemed to hide a nefarious secret. "This way, Lieutenant," he said. Ramsey directed me to a black hangar door, and the two of us stood before the precipice, as if expecting some divine revelation. He activated a handheld mechanism and the coal black door slid open on a track to reveal a shadowy darkness inside the hangar. Captain Ramsey hit a switch and a sea of overhead lights came on, raining brightness down upon a thing I could not fathom. This was no weather balloon. This was indeed the disk, an alien craft most unfamiliar to my human eyes, a saucer-shaped object that gleamed beneath the lights. "What is it?" I laughed in a most insecure way. "Well, Lieutenant, that's why you're here. We're hoping you can figure it out." "I can tell you what it's not," I said. "Indulge me," said Ramsey. "Well, it's not a weather balloon." Captain Ramsey did not appear amused. He guided me toward the object. The thing looked a good 50 feet in diameter and rested on the ground like an inverted pie plate. As I drew near, I perceived a quick temperature change, and I sensed a chill coming from it. I placed a hand on the side of the object and frosted my fingers with its icy projection. A dull pewter sheen covered the skin, unquestionably some type of metal. I knocked on it, and a hollow sound vibrated through its structure with a haunting and indescribable quality about it. Captain Ramsey watched me with rapt eyes. "Go ahead, Lieutenant. Check it out. Walk around it. Make yourself comfortable." "Thank you," I said, in an absent-minded way, my attention riveted to this alien object. Ramsey retrieved a chair from the observation room and sat it down in the lone hangar, just him, me, and this disk. I circled the craft and found a hole blown out of the side of it as if struck by shrapnel. In the hole I could see a corridor that contoured the shape of the ship. "What happened here?" I asked. "Not at liberty to say," answered Captain Ramsey, "but I can show you how to open its door if you're interested." I smiled furtively at the offer, as he knew damn well I wanted the full tour. He got up from his chair and directed me to an area around the back of the ship, not that one could discern where the front, sides, or back were located on this perfectly circular disk, but toward the back of the hangar best described its location. I saw no visible seam at the leading edge of the craft, but I did see a hieroglyphic symbol that I could not interpret. Ramsey placed his hand over the symbol, and the metal retreated in two halves, exposing the interior of the ship. The outer skin presented the thinnest metal one might imagine, as thin as the foil wrapper of a candy bar. I tapped on the skin, and it proved extremely solid. I made a move to enter the craft, but stopped and looked at Ramsey. He gave me the nod and coaxed me to indulge myself. I squeezed my way through the entrance point, as clearly the accommodation allowed for smaller beings, how small I could not say at this point. Inside the craft, a low-level glow of light came on in response to my movement, a soft purple hue that found my eyes struggling to adapt toward. The lights came on from everywhere and yet nowhere, as there were no apparent light bulbs in the sense that I understood bulbs to be. I saw a curving corridor that ran the periphery of the ship. I had to crouch to maneuver. I walked deeper into the ship, and when I did, the door sealed up behind me, much to my alarm. I retreated back to the entrance point, fearful I could not extricate myself from this alien contraption. When I got to the door, I pounded on it with no effect. I stopped and calmed myself, realizing that pounding was not the way to open anything, and I retrained my focus. I saw a different hieroglyphic at the entrance point, and when I placed my hand there in an attempt to mirror Ramsey's method, nothing happened. I pulled my hand away and replaced it again, imagining that the door would open this time. And then it opened. It was as if the thought coupled with the placement of my hand acted in concert to open the door. The two halves retreated, and I saw Ramsey standing at the entranceway, smiling. "You're a fast learner," he said. "A little warning would have been nice," I said. "As you may have just gathered, the mechanism works in conjunction with thought. You think it, and the mechanism complies so long as your hand placement is correct." "This can't be," I said. "It can't." "Oh, it can, and you will figure out more, we hope. That's why you're here, Lieutenant." "I'll let you know what I find," I said, and retreated back into the entrails of the ship. Again the door closed behind me, and the purple ambience filled the halls. I estimated the height of the ship to be no more than 2 stories. The circular corridor branched off into several connective arteries, all of them leading to the core of the ship. I took an artery and found myself at the bridge. I saw no electronics of any sort, and every edge of the internal architecture within this craft was smooth and rounded. Everything was one color, that same pewter, and there were no angles anywhere. The interior looked like the inside of a living organism. I could explain it in no other way. 3 small seats were molded to the floor of the bridge, and they occupied the center of the craft. They surrounded a dome of some sort. I saw no control panels or any trim that would tell me how this thing could possibly fly. Let me recount that the exterior of this ship had no propeller system, no jet engine, and no thrust of any type. The war had ended less than 3 years ago, and I had been briefed on German jet engines, their rocketry and the like, but they had nothing like this. Nobody did. I sat in one of the small seats and looked at the dome, contemplating the propulsion system of this craft. I had an overwhelming sense of dread being aboard this ship, a feeling that I did not belong here. I put my hand to the dome, curious about its properties, and it rejected my hand, pushing it back. Astounded, I put my hand to the dome again, and it resisted my touch. I could make no sense of it other than it behaved like 2 magnets that repelled each other, yet my hand was not a magnet. We had nothing like this in our arsenal of technology. Nothing whatsoever, and I had the highest security clearance. This was something entirely alien, both in the figurative and literal sense. I put my hand to the dome once more and closed my eyes. I imagined liftoff of the craft. At once, I sensed a static discharge tingle my hand with tendrils of fine electricity. I sensed movement in my mind, and I opened my eyes. I could see the outside of the craft appear on a transparent wall chart that popped up in the middle of the floor. It allowed me to see in 3 dimensions outside the craft, and I saw Captain Ramsey retreat to the corner of the hangar. The craft hovered in one spot about 10 feet off the floor. The phenomenal power overwhelmed me, and I pulled my hand away from the dome. The craft alighted on the floor, and the wall picture vanished. I moved fast from the bridge of the craft and made my way to the door. I opened the craft and squeezed my way through the portal to the hangar. Captain Ramsey rushed over. "How the hell did you do that?" he demanded. I failed to respond, my brain taking on a crushing headache. I steadied myself on the edge of the craft, hand tingling from the frosty touch of the metal. "I'm not feeling so well," I said. Ramsey put my arm over his shoulder and helped me away from the craft and gave me his seat, the only seat in the hangar. I slumped over. "You were in there for a good half hour," said Ramsey. "You hovered that thing for half an hour." "What are you talking about?" I said. "I was only in there for a minute, not much more." Ramsey became more insistent. "Look at my watch," he said. "It's nearly 1,700 hours." I looked down at my own watch and read out the time. My watch says 1630 hours. "That can't be," said Captain Ramsey. "Let me see." I showed him the time, and we looked at each other with suspicion. "I propose we do a little experiment," I said. "Let's synchronize our watches, and I'll retrace my steps in the craft, see if I can repeat what I did, though I make no promises." "Agreed," said Ramsey. We held our watches together and matched the time. I re-entered the craft and managed again to levitate the thing. When I finished, I exited the saucer and we checked our times, and again a variance of about a half hour was observed. Captain Ramsey still regarded me with some level of suspicion, despite my security clearance. He no doubt suspected me of changing the time on my watch while in the craft as an elaborate prank, a thing I was not disposed to do given the seriousness and bizarre nature of this flying disc. Humor was not on my list of priorities where an alien craft was concerned. The next day, 2 other scientists came on board, and each of them attempted to levitate the craft as I had done, but none were capable of doing so. I explained the technique, but they could not decode the methodology to make it work. This time we boarded the craft with several watches and wall clocks, and I performed a limited maneuver while Captain Ramsey maintained vigilance outside the craft. When completed, Captain Ramsey had no choice but to believe that the disc was capable of time distortion. My studies into gravity and time advised that gravity exerted influence over time and space. I called it the tripartite relationship, each one having influence on the other. This was our first big discovery with the flying disc, an amazing discovery for the year 1948. It was suspected that the Germans had worked on anti-gravity weapons, but this ship was nothing like anyone had on this planet. The alien nature of the disc was otherworldly, and it prompted me to ask questions about where it came from and who piloted the craft. I was told to mind my own business and to focus on figuring out the technology. I was told to stop asking questions, and I did. The privilege to work on a thing so strange was undeniable, and I could certainly fill in the blanks as to what piloted this craft, given the size of the seats and the overall size of the internals. These were small beings, extremely intelligent small beings, so far ahead of our capabilities, I stood in awe before their craft. I continued my research on the craft, but hit many dead ends. Though I came to understand how it flew, I could not explain why, and neither could anyone else. Nothing about this craft could we explain, such as why it had no electronics on board, yet it could be commanded to levitate, nor could any of us understand why it generated no heat when in flight, but remained at a temperature equivalent to the ambient air of the hangar. We suspected that it manipulated gravity, but could not understand how. The disk floated in silence. It possessed some sort of reactor on board that created some output of power, but gave no heat signature and no evidence of our most recent understanding of radioactivity. There were some days when I wanted to quit the project, believing that I might never figure out the secrets of this craft. Other days I maintained a youthful enthusiasm and inquisitiveness that kept me returning for more. At some point in the 1950s, we had hit an impasse, and one day the project was shelved to let the science catch up, and I was told not to return. I never forgot my times in Roswell and my inspection of the alien disk. I am in my twilight years now, and as I relate these facts, I have told my story to those interested to listen, but there are many skeptics and tricksters who scoff at my words, call me terrible names like liar and old fool. The military relocated the disk, I understand. They removed it to some place in Nevada called Area 51. No doubt new sets of eyes and younger minds are tasked to figure out the secrets of the disk. It's just a matter of time before we understand, and one day we will understand. When that day arrives, I cannot say. Time is all we have. Lieutenant Mitchell, U.S. Army Intelligence Officer, retired, Security Level 12, year 1997. Lifeblood by Richard L. Elsliger. Troy Howe watched his gas gauge with a wary and vigilant eye. The spray of his headlights cast disturbing September shadows along the country road, a two-lane strip of blacktop that cut through the heart of Utah. The soft glow of the dash lights provided him a modicum of comfort, but still, if he didn't find a gas station soon, he would need to pull over and assess his situation. He maintained a steady speed, a good 10 miles per hour under the posted limit, neither accelerating nor slowing his thirsty Challenger, leaving a swirling trail of red and yellow leaves in his wake. He said goodbye to his life in California, and said goodbye to Bryndis, a California-born Icelander, who told him she had other aspirations that involved Hollywood. She told him he no longer fit her plans. That was 2 weeks ago, and in those 2 weeks, Troy had the time to think. The California lifestyle had crushed his finances, and he barely could keep up with his spending habits, so he made the decision to head home and restart his life in Indiana, back to the small town of his boyhood. Troy adjusted his rearview mirror, and a pair of watery sapphire gems reflected back to him. He wiped away a tear from his cheek and ran a hand through his wavy red hair, the same red as the special octane red paint splashed upon the bodywork of his Challenger from the factory. Well, he still had the car, a small consolation prize to alleviate some of the hurt left behind. He spent all of his savings to have this car, an exceedingly rare factory drag car, and wondered if his ownership might have precipitated the breakup. He might never have an answer, but it made no difference now. He put such intrigues behind him and drove on. The gas needle made another adjustment and dipped below the 1/8 mark. The voracious Hemi engine demanded more fuel, and the supercharger begged to whine, but Troy kept their wants in check. Troy blinked several times and squinted through his windshield, scanning the road ahead for any metal sign that might offer promise of fuel or accommodation. He motored on for another mile and began to perspire despite the cool autumn night seeping into the cabin through the driver's open window. Far in the distance, a road sign returned Troy's high-beam headlights. A small rush of adrenaline surged through his veins. Could this be the sign he needed? Troy lay on the throttle a little harder. He closed in fast, the supercharger engaged in response at the sudden demand for speed. Troy saw a ubiquitous arrow pointed to an off-ramp a half-mile in the distance. The arrow took aim at a gasoline station. Troy let out a sigh and let off the throttle. The supercharger whine vanished into the ether, man and machine rolling headlong toward the exit. The Demon Challenger and all of its 808 horsepower proved to be an insatiable creature for petroleum, coupled with high RPMs, such ferocious consumption that came with a high price tag given current gas prices. With the present trajectory of gasoline prices, Troy considered he might need to consult a loan officer to buy the next tank of fuel, or hang up his keys forever and join the cult of public transportation. He turned the steering wheel slight right and navigated the darkened off-ramp. The stop sign lit up at the end of the narrow blacktop and displayed a secondary arrow pointing the way to petroleum salvation. Troy wheeled left and crossed over a bridge. In the distance, a lonely light flickered, indicative of the gas station he so highly coveted in this exact moment of his life. The gas gauge dipped again, and Troy caught this minuscule change from the periphery of his eyes. He tracked the gas station and watched it grow in size, the Challenger's thick tires glued to the asphalt, registering every crack and deviation. "Don't worry, my sweet little monster, gas is on the way. You can feed very soon." Troy patted the dashboard. In seconds, Troy was upon the gas station and swung the Challenger in, coasting on fumes. The Demon Challenger demanded the highest octane due to its temperamental engineering and high-strung tolerances. He saw no sign suggestive of a price per gallon. The billboard at the entranceway showed a series of zeros. Gas must be free here. Troy pulled up beside the pumps on the far end of the station and shut down the engine. He exited the Demon and went in search for the desired octane. The cost per gallon at this point was irrelevant. At the pump, the price was zeroed out, and none of the selections offered an octane number. In place of the octane numbers were letters. One pump handle read O+, another read A+, still another read AB-. Troy struggled to make sense of it, and then he understood. These were blood types. Why would they list blood types at the pumps? Troy spotted decals of bats and jack-o'-lanterns plastered on the plate glass of the store. Very clever. Troy left the pumps behind and headed in the direction of the store for answers. An overhead metal doorbell jingled, a rather outmoded accoutrement in the modern age of electric door chimes, but Troy thought it quaint. The cashier sat at the counter, a pair of python eyes fixated on Troy. "Yes, I was wondering which of your pumps sell high octane? Funny Halloween joke, by the way, blood types for octane. I like it." "What made you think it was a joke?" asked the cashier. He looked at Troy with a stony face, devoid of humor. "Yes, well, nonetheless, I still need to know which handle pours the high octane. I have a thirsty demon out there, you see." Troy pointed through the window to the lone octane-red Challenger, waiting to be filled with liquid gold. Troy's index finger drooped when he saw a crowd had formed around his car. The crowd looked odd, their features less than human, many of them with misplaced eyes and misshapen faces. One of them got in the car and sat behind the wheel. Troy acted fast, sprinting to the exit door to defuse the situation. He pushed on the door, but it would not open. He pushed harder, but the door stayed shut. "Where do you think you're going?" asked the cashier, his face unwavering, his demeanor oozing with deadpan attitude. Troy pushed on the door harder. "What is this? Let me out of here." Troy pounded on the glass. "Hey, get away from my car!" The group looked to Troy with a collective stare, then turned away in unison and resumed their inspection of the Demon. One of them opened the hood and examined the engine bay. Troy hit the window again, then marched to the cashier and slapped the bulletproof glass with his palm. "I don't know what sort of establishment you're running here, but I want some gas. And I don't know who the hell your friends are out there, but they need to get the hell away from my car. I need gas. Is that too much to ask?" "We don't sell gas here," said the cashier, the muscles of his face paralyzed with any hint at expression. Troy took a step back. "So what do you sell?" "You saw the pumps, didn't you? What does O positive mean to you?" "Funny," said Troy, "but your joke is played out. Look, just sell me some gas and I'll be on my way." "Well, as I said before, we don't sell gas. We don't need gas to run our vehicles. We need blood." A slight tingle of fear jabbed at Troy like a hypodermic needle. Was this guy crazy? "Joke's over, give me the gas," said Troy, waving a $100 bill pulled from his wallet. He shifted from foot to foot. Troy paced and watched his challenger from the window. He assessed the crowd of mutants gathered around his car. "What's your blood type?" the cashier asked. "None of your business," said Troy. "I'm calling the cops." Troy reached into his empty pocket, then looked to his car. The crowd turned their collective attention in the direction of Troy again. 3 of the biggest brawlers broke off from the rest, followed by a woman dressed in white, and they walked toward the store. Troy watched their movements, welded to the spot where he stood, unable to formulate a plan. When they arrived at the entrance door, Troy made a visual calculation. He didn't stand a chance against these 3 guys. He needed to find a rear exit door. Troy sprinted to the back of the store, past the cashier who watched from behind the bulletproof glass, a morbid and dispassionate spectator with the look of someone who had observed this scenario play out more than once. Troy executed a fast assessment, unable to pinpoint any alternate means of egress, so he pushed open the bathroom door and slammed it shut, securing the lock. Troy heard voices converse with each other in subtle tones beyond the locked door. He backed up against the sink and looked for a weapon, finding only a paper towel dispenser and an electric hand dryer. The mirror, well, it was bolted to the wall, and he had nothing to shatter the glass. "You can come out," said a voice. "We're not going to hurt you." Troy could not believe his situation. He had no words, only a crystallizing frost that infiltrated and filled his every extremity. I just want some gas and I'll be gone," he said. "Well, you must already know by now that we don't sell gas at this station. Didn't you read the signs at the pumps?" "You people are crazy," said Troy. "Well, maybe," said one of the voices, "but we did find a solution to the energy crisis." Troy watched the door handle move, followed by a hard thud. The deadbolt rattled from the impact. "Come on out," said another, a sultry woman's voice. "You can't stay in there forever, dear." Troy made no answer. Another thud against the door, more powerful than the last, knocked the door off its hinges and ripped the deadbolt away from the wall. One of the men kicked on the frame and sent the door tumbling to the floor. 3 large men flooded into the restroom and grabbed Troy, 1 on each side, while the third delivered a devastating fist to Troy's stomach, making him collapse. They dragged him from the bathroom on his knees and dropped him to the floor in the snack food aisle. One of the men removed a syringe from a medical bag and stuck it in Troy's arm, pulling on the plunger and extracting a small volume of blood. He shook the syringe and handed it to the woman. She removed a kit from her medical bag, and Troy noticed a Red Cross armband stitched to her white uniform. She took the sample and ran a blood test. In less than 2 minutes, she shook the test strip in the air while more of the group crowded around. "We have an O negative here," she exclaimed, and the group cheered. "That's high-octane blood," said a voice. "Let's get this one bagged," said another. The 2 men picked Troy up and pulled him out the door, feet dragging on the pavement. An ambulance pulled to the store front, and the men loaded Troy in the back and strapped him to a gurney. "What are you doing?" said Troy. "Where are you taking me?" "Not to worry. You're going to a better place," said one of the men. "A much better place," said the other. He closed the door to the back of the ambulance, and both men sat guard over Troy during the ride. Troy strained to see out the window. The ambulance started, and its engine howled with performance modifications, a bizarre timbre of whistling death unmatched to any fossil fuel engine. The tone of the engine unsettled Troy. They were on the move, and he struggled to get a bearing on their direction. The carpet of night gave him no useful landmarks to memorialize, and he laid his head back. Thoughts raced through his mind. He regretted leaving California. He missed Brindis, and he regretted buying the Demon Challenger. So many mistakes he'd fallen prey to that got him to this juncture. He didn't deserve this. All he wanted was a tank of gas. His captors looked at him as they would a trapped insect. Troy had nothing more to say to them. The ambulance ride lasted about 20 minutes, then ended under a series of overhead streetlights. The back doors opened, and the bigger of the 2 men brought Troy out on the gurney, the other brawler pushing while the first one pulled. Clattery wheels rattled over uneven pavement toward a large warehouse. Troy's heart rate elevated to triple digits, and he hyperventilated. He worked to keep his physiology in check and slowed his breathing to focus on how he would escape. A door the size of an airplane hangar slid open, and they wheeled him into a massive hospital the size of a football field. Thousands of unconscious people lay in uniform rows, reclined in their hospital beds with IV bags attached. Needles extracted blood from their arms and filled individual blood bags strapped to their bed rails. Troy struggled against his bindings, unable to move but a few inconsequential inches on either side. He had no more words to express. He knew he wasn't going to talk his way out of this situation. They wheeled him across the full length of the hangar, surrounded by thousands of people, reclined in their beds, dripping precious lifeblood into plastic bags. Any meaningful life they once had was now terminated. Troy's gurney came to a stop, and he watched the space open up. 2 orderlies disconnected tubes and needles from exposed arms. "This one's used up," said one orderly to the other. "Agreed," said the other. "Bring her to the incinerator." Troy watched them wheel the dead woman away, watched her vanish into obscurity through this grotesque landscape of human harvest. The orderlies registered terror on Troy's face. There now. You're going to do fine here," said one of the men. "No need to be afraid." The nurse from the gas station materialized with her medical bag. She removed a needle from the bag along with a drug-laced vial, filling the hypodermic. Troy's eyes widened, and he fought against his bindings. "Wait," said Troy. "Before you start, do you want to tell me what's happening and why?" "Well," she said in a calm voice, "we, in our little community, figured out how to turn human blood into a combustible fuel source. As it turns out, human blood is highly combustible when mixed with our little secret sauce that the chemists figured out. A little goes a long way, and as luck would have it, human blood is renewable, wouldn't you know? From people just like you." "You're all insane," said Troy. "Well, you might think so, but sacrifices have to be made to solve our community energy crisis. I mean, you can't expect us to go back to riding horses, can you? And the cost of gasoline these days? Wow!" The nurse inserted the needle into Troy's arm and pushed down on the plunger. "Your Challenger's quite the ride, I hear," said the orderly. "To hell with you," said Troy. "To hell with me?" laughed the orderly. "To hell with you. After all, you're the one that bought a demon Challenger. Go figure." Troy slammed his head to the gurney. "You will all burn in hell." "Well, maybe someday, but not today," said the orderly. "Speaking of hell, we have special technicians from those nether regions that will make your demon engine run on O-negative blood. What a coincidence that you happen to have that very blood type." Troy writhed against his restraints and made fists. Why was this happening? How did he get here? The sedative took effect and the questions faded away. Troy's eyes closed for the last time, and a small stream of blood commenced its free flow through tubing to the blood bag at his bedside. Another orderly wheeled an IV bag next to Troy and injected a needle into Troy's other arm, infusing him with needed nutrients to keep him hydrated. The nurse inserted a nasogastric tube to deliver food to their new patient's stomach. The nurse filled out a report that verified the new patient's admittance to their facility. She wired a toe tag to his right foot that read O-negative. Troy's mind drifted to pleasant images of his childhood, thinking about those lazy summer days that seemed to go on without end. Troy cracked a smile in his unconscious state, and the orderly folded Troy's hands over his chest. The nurse and orderly leaned over their new patient and returned a smile for Troy's selfless contribution. Burnt Rubber by Richard L. Elsliger. I came from nothing, and from nothing I will return. Or so I thought. In 1969, I was too old for the draft, but too young to buy an old man's sedan. Therefore, I bought a '69 Camaro, ordered new from the factory. She shined in that tuxedo black paint, looking like a phantom in the night. My memory is hazy now when I get pensive and review my distant past, but some memories I can never forget. The first time I assumed the driver's seat of my newly bought Camaro, I distinctly recall the raw, throaty sound of the small block V8 igniting to life when I twisted the key. The dealer looked at me and gave the thumbs up. I depressed the clutch and shoved the Hurst shifter into first gear and eased into it, pulling away from the car lot, driving into my future, a future I'd never imagined. My Z28 saw me through many scrapes and close calls together, some of them during late Friday night drag racing along the Orange Belt. My life forever transformed into something else one Friday night in 1970, just a few thousand miles on the odometer, most of them a quarter of a mile at a time. Since that time, I have existed in fear unable to escape the pain inflicted on me at will as I remain a servant tied to the mechanism that causes so much misery. My last memory with my Z-28 goes back to that sultry night driving along the coastal roads of California. I finished work late that afternoon and punched out from the shop. I strode to my Camaro, parked in the distance, a smile wrapped around my face, while the heat of the sun burned my head and baked my oil-stained t-shirt even with such a short distance to my car. Translucent squiggle lines rose from the pavement in multiple waves, and I donned my sunglasses. My hand gripped the door handle, and hearing that click that unlocked this muscle car treasure gave me tingles. I hopped into the bucket seat and settled in my car. Sitting in the driver's seat made me feel like the captain of a ship, any destination available at my disposal and command. I turned the key, and she snarled to life, the special order cross-ram intake, drinking gasoline at an excessive rate. At 36 cents per gallon, I barely noticed. Firmly in gear, I pointed to the direction of the neighborhood burger joint, casually driving the summertime streets, a beaming smile scrawled over my face that periodically reflected back at me. I pulled up to the drive-thru of the In-N-Out Burger, ordering the standard burger, fries, and a vanilla shake. In less than a minute, they handed my order through the window, and I drove away, aiming for a favorite spot. I steered toward the beach, and in minutes I arrived, the parking lot empty of cars, and I aimed the Z-28 due west, squarely within a space. I shut off the ignition and watched golden ripples of sunlight traverse the Pacific Ocean, bathing the interior of my car in brilliant light. I enjoyed eating in my Camaro and watching the intermittent people walking along the main drag or jogging. The palm trees that surrounded me in a lush alcove provided some pleasant ambience, and I turned on the radio. A popular Led Zeppelin song came on, Good Times, Bad Times, a raucous heavy metal tune that filled the airwaves. I tapped my foot to the beat, while mustard, ketchup, and onions ignited my taste buds every time I bit down on my hamburger. I downed my burger in 5 significant bites, the well-done meat satiating my hunger. The fries followed with a pleasing crunch, chased down by the cold dairy sweetness of my milkshake. I watched the waves of the Pacific roll in, crashing on the shoreline beyond the parking lot, soaking the clear, grainy beach sand, the ocean spray filling the cabin of my Camaro with its salty aroma. I breathed in deeply and enjoyed the moment, adjusting the bucket seat, sliding backward and watching the sun sink beyond the horizon. Soon it would be time. In minutes, the final rays of light disappeared beneath the blue oceanic tapestry, and I started the engine, putting the Z-28 in gear, winding my way out of the parking lot, headed for the Orange Belt. I kept my velocity well within the parameters of the posted speed limits on the drive out. I navigated to a 2-lane road that curved and writhed, taking me and the Z-28 through rocky outcrops and constant elevation changes to higher grounds. In less than an hour, I reached the designated road, a good half-mile stretch of straight asphalt. I pulled off to the shoulder and killed the engine. And then I waited. Before long, the rumble of other cars filled the night air, shifting gears and burbling exhaust indicating their approach. Cars pulled up and parked behind me in a single row, signifying a terrifying level of cumulative horsepower. I emerged to see familiar friends. There was Doug and his Roadrunner, Donnie parked behind him with his 69 Boss 302, and Finn with his 70 Barracuda. "Looks like you're in 4th place, Finn. I win." Finn looked at me with a sly grin. "We will see about that," he retorted. "Okay, who's running first?" asked Doug. "Well, since you have the big engine, I think you should go last," said Donnie. "Yes, I agree," said Finn. "We'll work our way up to Big Dog Doug." "Agreed," I said. "I'll go first, so who's running against me?" "Let's draw lots," said Finn. "Good idea," I said, and went to a nearby tree, breaking off a small branch, snapping it into 2 pieces of unequal length. I closed my hand around the branches, concealing their respective sizes. "Okay, draw," I said, holding out the twigs to Donnie. Donnie pulled out the short one, and I handed the other one to Finn. "Classic Chevy Ford grudge run," said Finn, laughing. "Let's stage 'em, boys," said Doug. Donnie got in his Acapulco blue Boss Mustang and fired up his small block engine. It growled, belching fire, and the solid lifters sang a cantata of mechanized music. "Lane choice?" shouted Donnie out the window. "I'll take the left lane," I said. "Left lane it is," said Donnie, staging his Mustang to the right. I got in the Z-28 and fired the potent engine, wheeling the beast to the lane for oncoming traffic. Doug stood between us and ushered each car forward until we idled side by side, 2 hand grenades of horsepower ready to pull the pins. Finn stood at the shoulder, eyes riveted to both of our cars. I hit the throttle, raising the RPMs. Donnie did the same. The decibels of sound shattered our unprotected ears and raised our collective blood pressure. Doug pointed at me, catching my attention. He pointed at Donnie. He raised his arms high and re-revved our engines even higher. He paused and stood frozen in a moment of time, and then his arms slammed down to his sides. We dumped our clutches and lurched forth with squealing rubber, digging in for traction. I banged through gears, shifting with violence. I slammed to second and watched the tachometer rise in its bezel, winding its way to redline. Donnie's Boss 302 kept pace, both Camaro and Mustang running in tandem. I glanced at my speedometer, and it spun even higher. I banged to third and snapped forward, getting ahead of Donnie's Boss. I nailed the throttle, squeezing tighter. The tachometer nudged the red line, and I slammed into fourth gear, my speed well in excess of the posted speed limit. Donnie's Boss filled my rearview mirror, falling far behind, which didn't make sense. One moment he was right with me, the next way behind. In a nanosecond I considered that he might have blown his engine. When I redirected my eyes to the road ahead, I saw a car pulling out from my left. My last memory was the wide-eyed look on the passenger's face at the instant of impact. An atomic explosion of metal smashing metal filled my brain, and then everything went black. I never woke up. My consciousness floated out of my car, encased in an orb that rose above the scene of my accident, hovering, waiting. In former times I discounted the many stories I'd heard concerning out-of-body experiences, considering them to be nonsense. Now I experienced the sensation firsthand, not knowing where it might lead. I remained more curious than fearful, feeling no pain. There was my poor Camaro, smoke rising from the crumpled front end, the engine ripped from its engine bay, sputtering as it lay in the road. My unexpected aerial view of the scene showed that the other car had split in half from the impact. I saw no movement coming from the car, but I did see 2 orbs rise from their wreckage and move in another direction away from me. The orbs disappeared out of my field of sight. An inexplicable force whisked me away from the scene and placed me in a misty field of coldness. I walked there for some time, but how long I could not say. No other being walked this realm, only me. The perception of desolation overwhelmed my senses, if indeed I could consider that I was possessed of earthly senses in this place. The moment arrived when I began to disintegrate, and the perception of being pulled away to some other destination manifested. My millions of disembodied particles became mixed with other substances unknown to me, the totality of my existence metamorphosing. An entity undisclosed poured my spiritual essence into a black, gummy vat that gave me the sensation of drowning in tar. This vat started to heat to an unbearable intensity, leaving me in a molten liquid hell so hot, so painful, I was unable to scream. I cooked in this molten vat for an eternity, and when I emerged, I spun on a rotating drum to the point of losing my mind with delirium, while hundreds of thin cords entwined me, crisscrossing my reintegrated body, slashing me and embedding themselves beneath my skin that now felt like rubber. I doubled over in agony on the roller, spinning at a nauseating rate of speed, and the curvature placed upon my spine bent me like a crescent moon. I wanted it to end, but I knew in this plane of existence that such things could not and would not end. I continued to spin while narrow strips of rubber ply encircled me. Compressed air filled my stomach, inflating me to a painful size. A robotic arm placed me into a mold, and a dome descended over me and hissed with expelled gases, forming a pressure seal. Hot bladders from within the mold began to pour waves of searing hot steam into the pressurized chamber, burning my internals. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape, but most of all, I wanted to die. I knew by some unwritten code, some imparted subliminal knowledge, that death in this place would be quite impossible to achieve. Whatever divine force that presided over this realm, it must have laughed at my suffering, a vengeful ghost of mechanization. I knew I was here for a reason and also a purpose. I emerged from the pressurized chamber, fully vulcanized, unable to move, yet conscious of the situation. A worker cut away excess skin from my sidewalls, causing me mind-bending pain. I screamed, but no one reacted. The heat subsided, and I cooled, the pain dissipating in gradual degrees. I was thrown on a shelf among many others. Whether they too were possessed of tortured spirits, I could not say. I wanted to go home. I wanted to call my family. The next day, if indeed it was but only one day, and not 1 week, or 1 year, perhaps much more, someone lifted me from the shelf and placed me aboard a truck headed to an undisclosed destination, no doubt a retail store. I knew what I had become, never imagining this to be possible. They rolled me off the truck and into a retail center, stacking me on a rack to sit in abject terror. I dreaded what might be next for me. Then the day arrived. Some young kid purchased me and 3 other matching tires. I had no sense of whether the other 3 were also possessed of entrapped souls, sentenced to endure this humiliating and torturous punishment. The service technician rolled me into the garage with the others. Though I had no eyes, I could see. Though I had no ears, I could hear. I knew instinctively what had rolled into the service bay just by sound alone, and when I perceived a big block Roadrunner roll up to the hoist, I thought about Doug. His Roadrunner, an A12 like this one, wore rally green paint, topped off with a black vinyl roof. Sitting atop the hood, a massive scoop commandeered air into the engine, a feature known only to the Special Order A12, a feature known only to Doug's car and very few others. This was Doug's Roadrunner. It had to be. The driver behind the wheel was not Doug, but some kid. Where was Doug? Had he finally sold his car? Doug had said many times that he would never part with his Roadrunner, ever. How much time had really gone by? I started to notice other cars that I did not recognize, more modern cars with no chrome. Doug's Roadrunner looked out of sorts among these strange and cheaper-looking models. The Roadrunner went up the hoist, and I detected impact wrenches removing wheels. I heard the machine rolling away rubber from rims, and heard the bouncing of used tires, discarded to the side. I listened to the machine roll the new rubber over the rims and inflate them to the specified pressures, and then my turn arrived. The technician threw me over the rim, and I winced in pain at the arm of the machine indiscriminately rolling me over. I sensed air inflating my insides, and then the technician bounced me to the ground. Cracking pains ran through my back, and I uttered a silent scream at this injustice. The technician placed me over the rear axle and adjusted me over the drum brake. A roar from the impact wrench attached me to the rear axle. I knew the implications behind a rear tire, knowing that on a Roadrunner the power transfer from that big engine went to the rear wheels. I dreaded my situation. When the Roadrunner touched down, I could feel the weight of the back end pressing hard on a focused area of my spine, and I howled a silent plea to make it stop, unable to lessen my burden in any way. I sensed when the kid sat in the Roadrunner, his additional weight coming to bear on the driver's side. Rolling out from the garage to the parking lot produced sensations of misery that I'd never known possible. A short pause of relief came when he went inside to pay for his tires. In minutes, he was back in the car and we were on the move, a perpetual spinning, nauseating sensation overtaking me, filling my mind with primal fear. He hit the gas hard, leaving the garage. I felt an incredible burning sensation as a layer of my rubberized flesh stripped away from my back. I wanted to pass out, to die, to escape, but nothing would allow this relief, and nothing would allow me to forget the accident that I caused, snuffing out 2 more lives in addition to my own. The kid nailed the throttle again, stripping away more of my rubber. At this rate of attrition, I would soon be shredded into the nothingness from whence I came. It is a scientific principle that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. I await my next life when this one is done, hoping, praying to climb up the evolutionary scale of souls once I complete my penance. How long must I wait? Crushed by Richard L. Elsliger. When Hegan accepted the job, he was advised that he might encounter occasional disturbances in the back, but in time he would grow to accept them as a minor annoyance to his employment. The gasoline station came out of the 1950s, an antiquated structure that served not only fuel, but also at one time serviced cars in need of repair. Hegan asked for details about such claimed disturbances, but the employer remained exceedingly vague. The vagaries of his employer's answers gave Hegan pause, thinking disturbances to be unwritten code for robberies, retail theft, and possible shootings. A cursory investigation of the area indicated that the neighborhood was above par, unfettered by the deluge of high crime rates that infested other towns beyond the periphery of this otherwise sleepy community. He cudgeled his brain to decipher the cryptic words of his employer, unable to find any satisfactory answers. The specter that the place might be haunted hadn't even entered his mind. Hegan heard the disturbance of which the employer referenced, but not until a full week into his shift while working the front counter of the gas station store. It happened on a late Saturday night, the disturbance materializing in the form of a tumultuous crash, followed by a scream emanating from the back room. The sound shocked Hegan out of his stool, and he stood at attention. The last customer had come and gone a good half hour ago, and the perimeter of the station was dead, save for the occasional car driving along Main Street. Hegan checked his watch. The time read 11:29 p.m., near quitting time. Hegan removed the flashlight from under the counter and left the bulletproof terrarium, as he lovingly called his workplace. He walked to the back, searching for the source of this crash and primordial howl. Earlier in the week, Hegan had tried to enter the back room as part of an exploratory expedition to familiarize himself with all areas and aspects of the station. But the door handle to the back room, an austere and imposing brass knob from the 1950s, refused to give in to Hegan's insistent attempts to gain entry on his first day of employment. Now, the immediacy of the crash and scream demanded access to what lay beyond the door. He tried the handle again, but it refused to open, so he knocked on the door with 3 firm raps. The door gave way, creaking ajar on rusted hinges. Hegan pushed on the door with insistence, exposing the darkened void. "Hello?" he said, flashing the light deep into a wall of blackness, scanning the hidden recesses and obscure corners, anywhere someone or something might hide. A delayed and faint echo of his voice came back to him, the hesitancy of its return flying contrary to his expectations. He entered past the threshold and fumbled for a light switch. He'd been given specific instructions to avoid the back room, that it was locked for a reason, the pretext being that it housed old automotive equipment and 2 hydraulic lifts that were off limits. Hegan found the light switch and flipped it, but nothing worked. He shined the flashlight deeper into the void and saw that it had been a garage at one time. Old diagnostic equipment littered the area, machines built by defunct manufacturers parading their obsolescence around the shop, covered in thick layers of dust. From the periphery of his eye, Hegan thought he saw motion, a shadow that loomed over a diagnostic machine and then was gone. He quickly trained the flashlight at a powder blue Sun engine performance tester, looking for movement. The light penetrated the displays, illuminating red needles and dials that once diagnosed engine troubles on old carbureted vehicles from a bygone era. He walked over to the massive machine and examined its functions, a complex array of switches and analog readouts that gave him pause to imagine the bustle of this garage in its heyday. He pointed the flashlight at 2 hoists. One of the hoists sat in its floor cradle, looking neglected and disused for decades. The other saddle bolstered an old 1968 Camaro. The Camaro sat up high above the floor, buried in dust, frozen in time. An oil catch basin was positioned beneath the oil pan, ready to collect a stream of chocolatey used oil that never flowed. Hegan noted a box wrench stuck to the drain plug, fused there from decades before, as if the last person to work on the car had stopped midway, never to return and complete the job. Hegan heard the front door chime and turned toward the light of the store, leaving behind the back room to go deal with a customer. He felt for the lock on the door but found none. He shined the light on the knob and it appeared smooth with no apparent lock or catch. He closed the door and met the customer from the safety of his bulletproof glass. "Yes, I'll take $50 on pump 3 and a scratch-off ticket." The woman handed Hegan a $50 bill plus a 5, and he slid a random ticket to her under the glass. "You're good to go," he said, activating the pump. She left, and Hegan resumed his high stool within the terrarium, thinking about the back room while watching the customer pump her gas, then drive away. As best he could reckon, a significant remodeling must have occurred to this station, a revamping that resulted in the construction of a solid outside wall toward the back, replacing what likely were bay doors. The fact that the station had a garage off to the side belied its tiny outward appearance, Hegan mused. He could not understand the secrecy behind this hidden vault in the back, but planned to get more information on the station's history. Noting a lull in customers, he again went to the back room, but the door was locked. Hegan checked the time, 12 midnight. He swiftly killed the lights and closed the station. Driving home, many questions swirled inside his head. Hegan woke late Sunday morning with a nosebleed. The blood streamed into his mouth like a waterfall, and he reached for a tissue to abate its flow. He'd not had a nosebleed for years, so why now? His head throbbed with pain, producing the worst headache he could ever remember. Something weird was afoot, and he needed answers. Hegan got up and ate breakfast while researching the history of his workplace using every source he could find. Very few articles on the old station were accessible, though he did learn that at one time the station belonged to Standard Oil. Then Standard Oil became subsumed by Amoco, which became subsumed by BP. The evidence suggested that the service center garage abruptly ceased its activities in the late 1970s for reasons unstated. The next workday, Monday, Hegan determined would involve another search into the back room, and if any more of these so-called disturbances made their presence known, he would be prepared for a fight. He spent Sunday in relative leisure, riding the bike path and lifting weights at the local health club. Monday afternoon arrived exceedingly fast, and Hegan found himself at the counter again, ensconced inside his bulletproof terrarium, transacting business with the general public and thinking about the anomaly in the back. He attempted to gain access to the back room at the beginning of his shift, but the door remained locked as before. He resented himself for not placing a wedge in the door when he had the opportunity. Numerous customers came and went during his shift until Hegan checked his watch and realized he would soon need to close. He tidied shelves and did money counts from the till, making special note. He looked out the window for stragglers, and seeing none, he squatted on his stool, letting the remaining time wind off the clock before closing. He heard a noise again, this time a steady, methodical clang from the back room, what sounded like a hydraulic lift in elevation mode, a unique sound based on its own special characteristics, and a sound Hegan knew well, having worked in an automotive repair shop in his past. He stood up from his stool, grabbed the flashlight, and walked toward the room, his hands icy cold. He tried the door handle, but as before, it remained steadfastly locked. From behind the door, he heard the pounding of metal on metal contact. Then he heard a vicious crash, followed by a petrifying shriek. He instinctively seized upon the door, and the handle released. He kicked the door open to darkness. He tried again for the light switch, forgetting that the overhead lights were inoperable, and then switched on his flashlight. He passed through the back room door, pointing the light everywhere. "Hello? Hello?" he exclaimed. His voice reverberated off of the walls with a hollow and haunting return. He aimed the flashlight at the diagnostic equipment and saw the needles briefly fluctuate before falling to their resting positions. "That's impossible," he said. Hegan walked to the big machines for a closer look. The needles remained settled in their resting positions when he lit them up. He aimed the flashlight around the garage, looking for movement. He thought he heard the faintest of voices, a tormented mumble of unintelligible words that came from everywhere, making it impossible for him to localize the source. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Hegan pointed the flashlight at the hydraulic hoists and drew closer to the Camaro, still on its perch. He inspected the lift and the floor beneath it. He smelled the acrid odor of fresh hydraulic fluid and aimed the light back at the floor, noticing a reddish-brown pool. An inexplicable chill ran up his spine. He pointed the light in the direction of some dusty tools on a workbench and went over to investigate. He picked up a screwdriver and walked to the exit, but before leaving, he jammed the screwdriver into the floor where the door met the frame, preventing the door from fully closing. The next day, Hegan showed up early for his shift, intending to intercept the manager who showed up Tuesdays to check on the condition of the store. Hegan parked his car in his usual spot and saw Fred behind the counter talking to the first shift worker. Hegan paced to the front door and caught Fred just as he was about to leave. "Hey Fred, I need to ask you a couple of questions." Fred's eyes widened. "Questions?" Fred asked. Go ahead, feel free, Hegan, but I don't have a lot of time. Fred, did anything unusual happen in the back? I mean the back room? I've been hearing strange noises there and someone screaming late at night. Is there anything you want to tell me? Nothing really, he said. It used to be a service garage, that's all I know. They shut it down in the late 1970s, which of course is way before my involvement. That's about all I can tell you. Fred wiped away a spot of perspiration from his forehead. Okay, but didn't your uncle own the station around that time? Did he tell you anything? Well, not that I know of. I mean, what are you getting at, Hegan? You think the back room is haunted? Hegan laughed at the notion. No, I suppose not, but there are some unusual sounds coming from the back. Well, I did warn you that the job came with some unusual disturbances. I mean, I did tell you that at the beginning when you accepted the job, remember? You did, said Hegan. I'm just asking some questions. If something weird happened back there, it might explain a lot. Well, regrettably, I have no more answers to give on the subject, and I have a meeting to attend. The head office is rounding us up to discuss what we're going to do about these ridiculous gas prices. We might have a public mutiny on our hands if prices get any higher. Yes, fair enough, said Hegan. I'll see you around, Fred. With that, Fred left in a frenzy, and Hegan relieved the first shift cashier. Hegan watched the first shift worker drive away before heading to check on the back room. When the worker was out of range, Hegan made his way to the rear of the store, outside of camera view, and checked to see if his screwdriver was still in place. He gave a quick visual inside the garage and did a practice kick on the door, to which it swung open on its creaking hinges. Satisfied, Hegan closed the door and returned to his post. The customers came in sporadically through the late afternoon, somewhat deterred by the obscene gas prices. The paucity of customers today gave Hegan an opportunity to psychologically plan for another garage encounter this evening. His additional research on this gas station, delving into old archives for newspaper articles, revealed nothing. He watched the setting sun from the plate glass window, and before long, nightfall set in. Around 11 o'clock p.m., Hegan heard a commotion in the back. The faintest sound of hammers and impact wrenches reached him in taunting ways. He rose up and rushed to the back room door, kicking it open. Inside, he saw bright lights and the outlines of cars scattered throughout the garage, both hoists in use, the Camaro in its usual place, and a Pontiac GTO resting on the other. The cars, all of them, looked old. He saw a 60s Shelby Mustang with gold stripes off in a corner, and a black 70s Chevelle poised right next to it. A red Plymouth Roadrunner nearby was toiled over by a number of workers. He saw them busily removing body parts from the Roadrunner, flying away fenders and doors. Hegan watched with fascination at the spectacle that played before him. One man worked frantically beneath the Camaro, removing suspension parts. Still other men were disassembling car interiors on the Chevelle and the Mustang. The men worked at a chaotic pace, oblivious to Hegan's presence. The man under the Camaro strained to remove the tie rods, fixated on the end goal, when the hoist without warning lost its hydraulics and came crashing down on the man, pitting him underneath the Camaro, crushing his ribs, asphyxiating him on the spot. It did not take him long to die. Blood came spewing from the mouth, and his arms flailed beneath the tonnage that rested on his chest. All of the workers stopped and rushed to the victim, looking down at him with wide eyes. Hegan watched from the entrance, paralyzed with fear, unable to advance or retreat. He watched the crushed man stare at him, as if to convey a message, but then the life vanished from his eyes, while a river of blood streamed forth and coagulated around his body. The workers faded away like ghostly specters, and the lights went out, leaving Hegan in a pool of darkness, save for the light coming from the store. He shut the door in terror, leaving behind this sick and twisted illusion. He kicked something along the floor when he retreated and saw the screwdriver at his feet. He must have kicked it out from the floor when he turned away. Hegan grabbed the door handle, but it was once again locked. He determined that he would tell no one what he'd witnessed tonight. To speak of what he saw might cost him his job, and he actually enjoyed working at the gas station, aside from this surreal and haunting diversion. He checked his watch. In half an hour, he locked up the store and went home, but this time he had an idea. Hegan woke up early the next morning and drove to a nearby neighborhood north of the gas station. He canvassed a few houses, knocking on doors to ask questions about what they knew about the history of his workplace. No one could provide a satisfactory answer until Hegan reached the bottom of the street. There stood a lonely old house overgrown with vines and overrun with unkempt grass. Hegan knocked on the door with 3 firm raps. A tired old man came to the door, someone who gave the impression that he'd been a fixture in the area from the start. "Hello, sir. My name is Hegan. I work at the gas station down the street. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions about that station? I'm hoping you can give me answers." The old man hesitated, evaluating Hegan's facial features, making an assessment of his trustworthiness. "Well, okay. Come on in then, just for a few minutes," he said. He held the door open and Hegan stepped back in time. The house contained old photos and mementos on display from eras long past. The furniture dated back to the 1960s and complemented the antiquated shag carpeting. A faint odor of advanced age hung thickly throughout the house, a stale pall of gloom. Hegan brushed aside the anachronisms and oddities, focusing instead upon his objective, to get the answers he needed. "You can call me Alex," said the old guy. "I've lived here all my life, so I can tell you everything about the area. Just about. What would you like to know?" Hegan cleared his throat. "Well, sir, as I stated, I work at the gas station down the street. I was curious about its history. What can you tell me?" The old man paused and folded his arms. He began to recall the history, the initial construction, the buyouts, and ending with an unexpected but treacherous story of infamy behind that garage. He told the story in graphic detail, the transactions that went on there at night. The gas station began as an honest enterprise and became tainted when it got sold off by the original family. The next owner was a thief, one of the best car thieves known in the greater metropolitan area, actually, and his station provided a safe haven for one of the most notorious chop shops of the 1970s, until law enforcement caught on to the scheme and shut them down. Hegan listened with the intensity of a high-tension power line, absorbing every detail. The crescendo of the old man's narration reached its zenith when he told the sordid story of the thief who died there one night, crushed to death by a Camaro that came down on him before the cops could intervene. Bad timing saw to his demise. When the police arrived on scene, he was already dead, and that is when they noticed certain irregularities about the place, glaring clues that suggested car thievery. The cops busted the place the next day with a warrant, and the rest was history. The station was sold to another family member, and the garage was shut down, boarded up and locked away, never to see the light of day ever again. Hegan leaned back in the chair with a fuller understanding. Everything made sense now. Hegan dared not speak to the old man about what he'd witnessed last night. Word always traveled fast, and it wouldn't be long before everyone in the area knew that a lunatic worked at the gas station, and his name was Hegan. "Well, thank you for the history," said Hegan. "Well, you're most welcome," said the old man. He stood up and led Hegan to the entranceway, but before he opened the door, he stopped and turned to look at Hegan directly in the eyes. "I'd be careful working at that station," he said. "I understand the place is haunted, and they lost several employees over the years because of it. It is also rumored that the station was built on an ancient Indian burial ground." The commentary chilled Hegan's very soul. "I'll be careful, sir, don't worry, and thank you for the warning." Hegan left with the heavy knowledge of a death in the back room and a trapped spirit doomed to eternally suffer the wake of that death. More troublesome were the employees that came and went over the years, for it remained unclear why they quit. Fear drove their departures. It had to be fear. Hegan did not fault his predecessors for leaving, yet the confirmation that the back room was the epicenter of a haunting unsettled him and weighed upon his conscience like a cold early morning fog. He started his second shift that day with a plan that he would photograph the scene when it manifested. He would then have proof of the haunting and could get an expert ghost hunter involved. The afternoon wore on, tedious yet busy despite the high gas prices. He had an argument with one customer who insisted that he scratch the lottery ticket on her behalf. Hegan politely refused, explaining that state law prohibited him from scratching the ticket for any buyer. They parried back and forth for a minute, but Hegan stood his ground, and the customer walked off in a huff, threatening never to come back. The early evening was less dramatic, and Hegan braced for more paranormal activity from the garage. He retreated to the rear of the store to try out the door, but it remained locked. He cursed himself for kicking out that damn screwdriver. Late evening came, and the customers tapered off to a trickle, and then there were none. An eerie silence cast an invisible cloak over the store, and Hegan sat on his stool, hyper-focused on every sound. The dull hum of the coolers, normally an imperceptible ambient vibration, was magnified to a very noticeable level of great intensity. The crackling sounds of potato chip bags, popcorn, and candy bars intensified like static electricity as Hegan reorganized them into their respective places. Everything in the store brought Hegan to a heightened state of awareness. He waited for the sound of the hydraulic lift, and almost on cue it began to clang like a doomsday bell, projecting its deathly presence throughout the station. Hegan went to the rear door and tried the handle again, but it remained locked. Hegan waited by the door for the anticipated crash, followed by a scream. It was due any minute now. The crash came as expected right at 11:29 p.m., with a horrendous shriek trailing in its wake. When the scream ended, Hegan twisted the knob, kicking open the door just as the lights went out. He turned on the flashlight and aimed the solitary beam toward the interior, more determined this time to ascertain how to deal with the paranormal, a subject that eluded him on so many levels. The garage was devoid of activity, its haunting workers gone, but the Camaro, still there, maintained a formidable presence high upon the hoist. Hegan stepped beyond the threshold and drew nearer to the Camaro, curious about its haunting existence and lured by the faded chrome Cragars that hadn't turned in decades. Hegan took a few steps closer. He heard the faintest voice from behind the Camaro, beckoning him on. The voice seemed to ask for help in the most subtle of ways. The voice told Hegan to loosen the drain plug from the oil pan, an unfinished job decades old that needed completion or the spirit would never rest. Hegan saw the invitation as his chance to do good, to release the spirit from this world to find everlasting peace. He complied, positioning himself under the engine. He shined a light on the oil pan and reached for the box wrench that had fused itself with the drain plug decades ago. The voice suggested that if he could get the drain plug off, that not only would the spirit be free, but that Hegan could keep the car as his reward. Hegan took hold of the wrench and started on the plug. Just at the instant he applied some pressure, the deafening sound of a hydraulic hiss filled the garage, and the Camaro came crashing down with crushing force. Hegan lay flattened beneath the Camaro, blood coming from his nose, mouth, and ears. As he lay dying, the garage lit up with the most intense bright light he'd ever seen. Men and women materialized from the deep corners and recesses, gathering around him, watching his last breaths exit his body in short and laborious increments. Hegan could see faint blue outlines over the watchers, their paranormal energy evident. He saw the original thief stand over him, acting within his capacity as the ringleader, the demonic boss of these poor unfortunate souls, the souls of former gas station attendants, legions of them collected over the years, now standing behind the boss, all of them trapped within the confines of the back room, minions forever doomed to work in the chop shop, hacking on cars but never finishing, always seeking new help to alleviate their eternal burdens. Hegan's eyes closed from one moment to the next. When he reopened his eyes, he saw the Camaro unmoved from its original position, still on the hoist, still high up in the air, still covered in dust. His pain was gone, and he collected the flashlight from the floor. He stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothing and headed for the door. He grabbed the doorknob and twisted, but it was locked. He tried again with greater insistence, but the handle would not yield to his grasp. The others gathered around him and handed over tools to strip cars, welcoming Hegan to his new realm, an eternal night where he would forever strip cars of their parts, never completing the task, working the backroom chop shop with his new co-workers for all eternity. Summer Drive by Richard L. Elsliger. I am a professor of cognitive science at Rice University, a university situated in Houston, Texas. I make a respectable living, and to reflect my lifestyle, I bought a big black Mercedes as a reward, a rather ostentatious status symbol, but one that I coveted over the years and eventually acquired through my success and tenured promotion at the university. I am particularly fond of this Mercedes. She's my flagship, a road-going machine full of luxurious accoutrements befitting the four-door behemoth. June is upon us, and I administered the last exam before releasing my students, committing them to their summer fun. Houston is not known for its temperate climate, and I can say with reasonable certainty that today's heat stifled my every breath. I value my Mercedes, and Texas is known for melting car interiors, so when the temperatures rise, the windows of my Mercedes fall. The sun displayed its vengeful fury today, showing no mercy to any car that had its windows shut. A dashboard could warp in short order under such punishing conditions, and though I used a sunshade on the windshield, I still relished cool seats upon getting into my black-cloaked battleship. The test takers finished early, and I collected the last test paper, wishing my students a great summer. I packed the tests away in my satchel and headed to my car with the hope that the seats wouldn't singe my legs getting in. Leaving the air-conditioned cocoon of my campus office introduced me to the Texas heat, and the air slapped me in the face with a rude hand, as if my very presence on this planet was an affront to nature. The parking lot reflected vaporous squiggle lines rising from the black tar. I reached for the key fob to my Mercedes and felt its reassuring outline in my pants pocket. The outdoor heat formed perspiration on my brow, and I wiped it away with a handkerchief. I wanted out after many months of teaching. I needed a respite, and for that respite I chose a route already mapped in my mind, a premeditated escape from the city for a country drive. In years past, I always enjoyed piloting those wondrous meandering two-lane roads to nowhere, allowing my thoughts to ponder deeply upon life and rejoice in the natural topography of Texas. The door handle stung my hand, sizzling my fingers when I reached for it. I rubbed away the pain and got in. Even with the windows down, the heat of the interior was appreciable, though not intolerable. I started the car and rolled the windows up, turning on the AC to cool things down. Driving out of Houston proved less of an ordeal than I anticipated, and before long, I cleared the city limits and found myself on a pleasant two-lane road with less traffic and more opportunity to absorb the surrounding nature as my Mercedes and I carved our way through the landscape. I chose to drive to Hamilton Pool, an idyllic escape from the city. There I could soak in a natural water pool and enjoy the constant drip of an overhead waterfall, the place I deemed sheer heaven away from Houston. I got on the highway and decided to take the less crowded US 290. I squeezed the throttle and began eating distance, watching the odometer roll ever forward, clicking off miles in tandem with the increasing velocity registered by the speedometer. The Mercedes hummed along, its engine hitting a sweet spot, and the throaty rumble of my custom exhaust played a pleasant tune to my ears. The landscape moved past me like a motion picture, the beautiful desolation of rural Texas agreeable to my sensibilities. My heart sang with joy for the end of another academic year, with the promise of a good 2-month hiatus from doing anything of intellectual bent, my mind taking its long-deserved sabbatical. I turned on the radio for the news, and reports came forth presenting their usual din of catastrophic events. I suppose I could just have easily left the radio off and manufactured a speculative report of my own, telling lurid tales of car crashes, political disturbances somewhere in the world, a natural disaster or two, and incessant criminal activity in the Houston area, and I would sadly be correct. I let the radio play on, and it repeated those very things I conjured in my own mind, with only the slightest of deviations from the script. One news item I did not anticipate pertained to an escapee from the Houston Zoo. The reporter stated that a black mamba had been reported missing from the zoo since this morning, the black mamba being one of Africa's most deadly snakes. I'd not seen a black mamba before, and the reporter stressed the lethality of this snake, and if anyone had any news on its whereabouts, they were to contact the zoo at once and have a professional handler extricate the snake from its known location. I'd visited the zoo on occasion, as the Houston Zoo is located within a short distance from our Rice University. I hoped that they would find this snake, for I became concerned for the students still on campus. But what were the odds? I dismissed the notion that this snake could get to either the students or my office, or anywhere else on campus. It probably was already dead, run over by a car while crossing the road, no doubt. The sun began to set in the distance, a massive fireball in the sky, while I drove west. I pushed up my sunglasses to check the trip odometer, noting that I put nearly 100 miles into my rear view already. I readjusted my sunglasses on my face to a more comfortable purchase when something caught my eye. I saw a momentary flash in the rear view mirror, and my eyes fixated on the reflection. The mirror reflected nothing back, the exception being an ever-vanishing road behind me. I retrained my eyes forward to the unfolding road ahead and the gorgeous setting sun. Again, from the furthest corner of my eye, I spotted movement in my rearview mirror, once more taking my attention away from the road. I checked again and saw nothing. I must have drawn a fly into the car when I left my windows down. I refocused on the road ahead. Yet again, I saw movement within the rearview mirror's surface, and this time, at 75 miles per hour, my eyes locked on to a gaping mouth staring at me through the reflection, a flat black cavern of death attached to a scaly, thick pipe of ivory-colored underbelly. It hissed at me and swayed side to side in the mirror. I saw a small hood on its neck that flared like a cobra's, and I knew I was in serious trouble. My mind worked in split seconds, attempting to make sense of such a fortuitous calamity of circumstance that allowed this cursed snake into my car, and my car alone. It all made sense now, as the news said that a black mamba had escaped from the Houston Zoo, and in fact the Houston Zoo was in close proximity to my university. It only took a slight turn of my head to provoke the strike, and it hit hard, sinking its fangs into my face, making multiple stabs at me with terrible bites, injecting large volumes of poison that invaded my very core. I could already feel the poison coursing beneath the epidermis of my right cheek, the pain excruciating. In an instant I realized in my panic that my right foot had hit the floor and the Mercedes was racing at wide open throttle. I quickly corrected, lifting off the throttle and applying the brake. I steered to the shoulder of the road and came to a panicked stop, fully cognizant that this thing was still in my car and I needed to get away from it as fast as I could. I opened my door and spilled out onto the pavement. I crawled away from my car on my forearms, feeling pins and needles in my face that traveled down my neck. I turned on my back and saw the thing, all 10 feet or more, leave my car and disappear like the crack of a bullwhip, headed toward the ditch and rapidly vanishing into the scrub brush. In agony, I crawled back to my car and got behind the wheel. I checked my mirrors again, looking for other cars that might help me, but saw none. The nearest hospital was many miles away, and attempting to explain my situation to a motorist was lost time I knew I did not have to squander. I put the Mercedes in gear and pulled back onto the road, doing a U-turn toward Houston, hitting the throttle hard. I watched my speed increase to ever higher integers until I was doing nearly 100 miles per hour. Even at 100 miles per hour, it would take me at least 1 hour to get to the hospital. I considered if I got pulled over by law enforcement, the traffic stop might prove a fatal mistake, so I conned myself and dropped back from the throttle to reach a speed fast enough to save me, but not fast enough to get me pulled over. I kept a vigilant eye for police cruisers and drove on. My blood boiled as if my face was on fire, and needles of pain shot down my arms while I attempted to hold the steering wheel steady. I thought to retrieve my phone and prepare the hospital for my situation and arrival, praying they would have the needed antidote on hand for a black mamba bite. I knew virtually nothing about black mambas and fretted over how much time I might really have before I died, or if indeed it was even worth the effort to save myself. I still had more years left in me. I had to try. I searched for my phone and remembered I placed it in my satchel with the term papers. I saw the satchel on the passenger floor and attempted to grasp it while I drove, but it remained just out of reach. I kept driving, not wanting to lose another moment of time. I knew about rattlesnake bites and aware they could really cause trouble, but rarely ended in fatality. Recalling the news, the reporter said the bite from a black mamba invariably killed. Did I stand a chance for survival? I calmed myself, trying to stabilize my heartbeat to prevent any faster spread of the venom. At my current speed, I soon caught up to traffic ahead, necessitating an illegal breach of the double yellow line to get by the slow movers. My maneuver was met with angry horns and flashing high beams. If only they knew. I began to salivate, and gobs of spittle began to flow uncontrollably from my mouth. I drew the sleeve of my shirt across my chin, attempting to abate this embarrassing side effect. I drove on. My mind started to drift to unconnected things from my past, my childhood spent without a care in the world, then my high school days, and later my time as a student at university. A crushing headache crept in during these thoughts, and I put a palm to my forehead from the pain. My eyes ached to the point they felt as if they might burst apart, spilling aqueous humor onto my shirt. I drove on. Objects in the distance assumed a blurry connotation about them, and I observed that some of these objects appeared doubly to my eroding vision. I disciplined myself, telling my mind that it was an illusion, and to disregard it, for if I didn't get to a hospital soon, these effects might overtake me and I would be doomed. I checked my face in the rearview mirror and saw my eyelids drooping. I drove on. Ice-cold sensations invaded my hands and feet, and tingling electrical storms of immense discomfort ran up and down my legs. I passed a road sign that said 50 miles to Houston. In an ill-conceived moment of levity, I said to myself that Houston, I have a problem. My spirits lifted by the silly comment, I drove on and squeezed the throttle more. Droplets of perspiration dotted my forehead, and the back of my tongue felt distinctly numb. I began to retch and ejected vile contents from my mouth that spilled out over my legs and stained the driver's seat. It angered me, this disrespectful display, and how it violated my Mercedes in the most disgraceful of ways. Over the years of ownership, I had maintained this car with the utmost and meticulous application of care, and now this violent outburst from my mouth demanded I regain better control of myself. I readjusted my focus to ensure I did not elevate my heart rate. Severe, mind-numbing pangs entered my abdomen, inducing me to retch even more until I could expectorate no more. I drove on. I passed a road sign that read 25 miles to Houston. The road had evolved to a 4-lane by this point, and it facilitated my ability to pass the slower traffic. My breathing was labored, and my heart began to beat with an erratic thump in my chest. Systems were shutting down, and I knew it. I was terrified of the rapid and progressive spiral downward, and some of the worst fears pervaded my deepest thoughts. I attempted to banish such negativities from my mind, but they were relentless and crept back in, adding to the roiling fear that I might actually die. It is a difficult thing to come to terms with one's own death, and it never really goes well, though many put on brave faces at the end. I believe we all transition toward a state of terror as the end nears, depending, of course, whether the death is instant and unexpected, or lingering as it would appear to be in my current wretched state. I breached the city limits and traffic thickened to a standstill. I took aim at the nearest off-ramp and guided the Mercedes to less traveled roads, navigating a zigzag pattern to get me to the hospital unimpeded. My body was reeling now and my time extremely limited. When you are dying, your body tends to know it and the mind tends to deny it. I was past the point of denial, and I started running red lights to get me to the hospital entrance. I drove on. I made one more turn, and there stood the hospital in all its grandeur and ubiquity. I never thought I would see a more beautiful sight. I hit the gas and guided the Mercedes toward the emergency patient drop-off point. I crashed into a pillar, my leg too weak to hit the brake, and I came to a rest with a jarring halt. I undid my seatbelt, opened my door, and fell out onto my back. I heard loud voices, disturbances no doubt from my hard impact with the pillar. My eyes looked skyward to the fading light of day as everything turned toward the blackness of night. I took one last conscious breath and... The Spectral Waltz by Richard L. Elsliger. I took delivery of the old grand piano on a rainy Saturday afternoon. The truck backed up to my front door and parked on the grass, to which I presented no objection, for today was a special day. It took 2 strong men to move the antique, the fine instrument weighing in at a good 800 pounds. The piano cabinet consisted of the most ornately carved wood imaginable, built from the hands of the finest late 19th century artisans. The most exquisite and delicate carvings adorned the musical desk, and thick curved dragon's legs supported the massive weight. It was emphasized when I purchased the instrument that the utmost care be exercised during transport, as this piano was a true classical piece, an old Steinway made during the latter half of the 1800s. The sales representative claimed that the great Franz Liszt had once played this piano for a small group of concert-goers on a Saturday night somewhere in Europe more than 1 century ago. I expressed my sincerest doubts about the veracity of such claim, and the sales representative sensed my disbelief, reversing himself by stating that the claim amounted to nothing more than an unsubstantiated rumor. Sensing my reticence about such an implausible claim, he removed some paperwork from a neatly kept file folder and presented to me a certificate for further examination. I read the details while inspecting the entirety of the piano, noting the workmanship performed and the quality of the cabinet. I knew how to play, but I also knew how pianos were built and understood the mechanisms involved, of which there were many, from the moment a key was pressed to the point the hammer contacted the string. The inner workings of pianos fascinated me without end, the intricacies of the many varied moving parts laid out for each of the 88 keys, and the critical symbiotic relationship between the performer and the mechanics of the instrument. The shop assured me that the restoration work was a thorough one, using new Steinway-certified felt hammers, new strings, and a complete refinishing of the harp and wooden cabinet. The paperwork presented for my perusal confirmed this fact. The Steinway factory indeed performed the work, making the restoration a Steinway-certified piano. That selling point I hadn't anticipated, and I checked the serial number on the piano for verification and confirmed it to the number on the certificate, noting that the numbers matched. Much like automobiles, pianos, and particularly Steinways, all had their own identification number, a serial number unique to that specific piano and no other. The exterior possessed the most elaborate carvings of any instrument that I'd ever witnessed, the birth of the piano having taken place during the height of the Romantic era of music, an era that I specialized in. I sat down and did a few warm-up scales. I could see from the corner of my eye that the sales representative watched with a modicum of amusement, likely thinking me another mediocre performer, and then I deviated and began to play the haunting bars of Chopin's Nocturne in B-flat minor, and I could see him take a small step back, surprised by the sudden shift in my performance abilities. Aside from my subtle boasts at the keyboard, I realized that this piano had me in its clutches and would not let go. I had to have this piano and no other. I simply could not say no to the purchase. Staff emerged from their offices to listen as I progressed into a much more difficult repertoire, playing Chopin's fiendishly difficult etude known as the Winter Wind. The sweetness of the treble and the thunder of the bass resonated tones of such exquisite timbre that I never heard in all my years of playing. The one critical part that had not been replaced on this piano was the Sitka spruce soundboard that most musicians and technicians consider the heart of the instrument. The Steinway certification had stated unequivocally that the soundboard was original and flawless. Soundboards were known to split over time, caused primarily by dry environments and sudden temperature fluctuations. When a soundboard died, it is said that the piano also died. In such instances, it was deemed better to replace the soundboard or simply choose a different piano. When a soundboard was replaced, it severed the soul from the instrument, relegating the piano to an impostor of its former self. Cutting the soundboard from a piano was a form of butchery, akin to removing its heart, much the way the surgeon removed Chopin's heart when he died, a little-known fact. Chopin's heart today exists in a jar of brandy, well preserved in his native Poland. His heart is considered a national treasure, and anyone familiar with his music might understand why. The soundboard of this Steinway, though ancient, remained immaculate, its sound resilient, channeling the rich tones of Chopin's music with an inexplicable magic I'd never experienced on any piano ever before. I approved and made my down payment on the spot, with the balance to be paid upon delivery. The purchase plundered my bank account, but for me, this purchase was once in a lifetime, and I transferred the funds without reservation. One could never put a price on beautiful music, and this instrument suited my every desire. Now the delivery men struggled with the behemoth, rolling the body down the truck ramp and negotiating the steps that led to the entrance of my home. They rolled the Steinway through the front door without a bump or bruise, their execution flawless. The piano rolled across the hardwood floor on a trolley, and the men settled the Steinway toward the inner wall as I directed, fully aware that placing a piano up against an outside wall would expose the instrument to unnecessary temperature changes. The movers brought in the ornate dragon legs and bolted two of them to the Steinway before hoisting the cabinet to a horizontal position to bolt on the final leg. The last item to attach were the pedals and the lyre, a brass-shaped harp that embellished the sustain and una corda pedals, completing the Steinway, a masterpiece of creation. The Steinway filled my living room, a full-size battleship that displaced the peripheral furniture, claiming its right to be the centerpiece, demanding all of the attention. The men removed the blanketing that cloaked the Steinway to reveal the piano's woodwork in all its 18th century glory. Seeing the antiquity poised on the curved dragon's legs, coupled with the shine of a polished brown natural finish, made my heart melt. I knew that with this piano, my virtuosity would manifest in a rapid and dynamic upward path. I tipped the men for their service and thanked them for bringing my baby home unscathed. When they left, my house fell silent again, just me and the Steinway. I missed my last relationship, but it was fated to end. She resented my music and disliked my electronic piano to such an extent that she warned me she would leave if I persisted in playing music on the cursed thing. I'd not met a music hater before, and it was not only the romantic era music I played, but every form of music. In the car, I knew her to switch off the radio regardless of the station, unless it bellowed out talk or the news. She wanted nothing to do with rock, oldies, rap, disco, or anything with a beat or possessed of a sequence of musical tones. It fascinated me that someone could exist in this world and harbor such an intense hatred of music. I since learned that the condition was known as musical anhedonia, meaning that such individuals were suffering from a neurological condition. Although they recognized music, they were fully incapable of enjoying music and actually disliked it vehemently. The incidence of the aforesaid disorder in any given population ranged from 5 to as high as 10%. I wanted the relationship to work, but she could not bear the sound of music, and this broke my heart to its fundamental core. It took me over a year to get over her, and I suppose this piano purchase served to recoup some of my former happiness that had been ripped away from me. I dismissed these harmful thoughts from the past and went to my Steinway. I propped the lid to reveal the golden harp that cradled the shining silver strings, and I opened the fallboard. I sat at the bench and played a chromatic scale from the lowest note to the top. The lower keys thundered like the exhaust of a vintage race car running at full bore. The middle range keys were possessed of a silky smooth, chocolatey resonance. The upper range sounded like the chimes of clanging wine glasses. I began to play Chopin's Raindrop Prelude, a pleasant yet simultaneously somber and dark composition, which best characterized music from the Romantic era and likely reflected Chopin's inner workings, such music revealing the man's tortured soul. The sound of the striking hammers on the strings filled my living room with beautiful sound, bringing to life a composition that survived across time. I concluded the piece and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. While cooking, I thought I heard a musical note. It sounded like the faintest middle C, barely registering by my hearing, but there, I was sure of it. I lived alone and did not have a cat or any other animal that might attempt to stroll across the keys. I went to the living room and saw nothing out of place, and I summarily dismissed the notion as a note that played in my mind. I can hear whole compositions in my head, so it was not unusual for me to think I heard a note, when in fact no such note had played beyond that created within the mind. I brought my dinner into the living room and sat on the sofa, switching on the overhead lights and taking note of this new creature occupying a significant portion of my living room and my life. I regarded musical instruments, and more particularly pianos, as living organisms, elements that arose from the soil by sheer imagination and force of will. They were made of wood, which derived from a living organism. They were made of metal, the strings, harp, and tuning pegs, forged from the oldest, most elementary materials of this planet. The felt hammers themselves were woven from the finest merino sheep wool. Pianos had character and spirit to them, bringing music to all who chose to play and to those who chose to listen. The natural wood tones of the Steinway cabinet warmed my eyes every time I looked at it from the sofa. When I finished eating, I walked over to the piano and sat again, this time playing a variety of pieces, etudes, nocturnes, and sonatas. The music reverberated throughout the living room and echoed with sublime and haunting melodies. My hands interfaced with the keys, and a mysterious force kept me planted, holding me a willing hostage of the piano, even when I had the sense and inclination to conclude the practice session. I managed to break away and close the fallboard, but only after a number of hours wound off the clock. I covered the piano with a warm, quilted burgundy cover and checked the time to see that 4 hours had slipped by me unnoticed. That is the nature of playing the piano and has always been, where time stands still while the rest of the world goes by. It is the most satisfying of feelings, and of that I unreservedly stand by this assertion, and always will. Bedtime arrived, and I retrieved to my lonely room. It had been so long since my last relationship, and I found myself remembering the pain of the breakup. It stung me worse than a scorpion. My music remained my constant companion, and when friends left and relationships failed, the music always filled the loss. I had no right to complain. I reclined towards sleep and drifted off to the most pleasant dream I could imagine. In this dream, I saw a beautiful young lady playing the very grand piano that sat in my living room. The melodies she played were otherworldly, enchanting and enticing to my musical tastes and sensibilities. She sat at the keyboard, dressed in a flowing white gown, and I saw her long, slender fingers brushing the keys with the finesse of a ballerina. And then she came to play the last melody, one of the saddest pieces I'd ever heard. I could not recognize the music, but the tone of the composition brought with it great pain, suggestive of a terrible loss. It sounded like a waltz as I counted the beats per measure in the customary 3/4 time. I immediately sat up in bed, opening my eyes to realize that the music was no dream. I turned my head to the right and looked down the hall. In the darkness, I detected the faintest music I could perceive, a waltz written in D minor, I believed. My first thought led me to the conclusion of a home invasion. I removed a can of mace from the nightstand and left the comfort of my bed, using stealth to catch this vagrant and immobilize them should they be armed. I drew closer to the Steinway, undetected, and could see a figure in the ambient moonlight that cast its pale beams through my living room window. She wore the very dress that I visualized in my sleep. I heard distinct sobbing as I drew closer. Then the music stopped and the dress vanished. I never got a look at the woman's face, only the dress. I switched on the light and saw that the fallboard was closed, the Steinway's keys untouched. The sight of an intruder in my living room bewildered my unsettled mind. My vision caked with the daze of an interrupted sleep. How powerful and marvelous the human mind! So much remained uncharted and unknown, susceptible to auditory and visual hallucinations in the still of the night. I opened the fallboard, exposing the keys, and played a few notes of the waltz I'd heard in my sleep. I chose the key of D minor, and it matched the waltz identically. When I played the opening measures as best my recollection could retrieve, my fingers slid on the keys, the tips slick from an inexplicable wetness, the wetness of a woman's tears, no doubt, when I recalled the details of this strange dream. My hands recoiled in fear, not expecting the corporeal sensations of a dream to manifest as reality. The keys of my Steinway were irrefutably wet. I sought out an explanation from the recesses of my mind and attributed the wetness to a drink I must have handled before I sat down to play earlier in the night. Yet my mind could not recall any drink other than the drink I consumed with my meal, and that had happened well before I approached the Steinway. I deemed it unlikely, if not impossible, that I would sit at this beautiful grand piano with wet hands. In fact, my own personal diligence and conscientiousness forbade me from ever playing any musical instrument with wet or even damp hands, and that included my electric piano. I looked up to the ceiling to see if there might have been a leak, but that theory vaporized to the nothingness from whence it came when I looked to the moonlight casting beams across the living room floor. There was no plausible explanation, and I knew it. I went back to my bedroom and slept the rest of the night, dreaming about this woman in the flowing white dress. When I woke up, I had no answers. I went to work, perplexed, still thinking about that dream. For a minute I entertained that my piano was somehow haunted, a ludicrous notion, as I did not consider the paranormal to be a viable explanation for the phenomenon. I worked at my desk, shoveling a snow flurry of paper throughout the day. The hours wound off the clock with exceeding lethargy, but as it is said, time waits for no one, and with such inevitability, the quitting hour arrived, and I was out the door not a moment too soon. I went to a local restaurant for dinner, and when my order arrived, I played with my food, half eating and half thinking deeply about the purchase I'd made that now occupied the center stage of my private life. Had I bought more than just a piano? I needed to do additional research about this piano beyond the Steinway certification. What did I really know about its history? The cheerful sounds that came from this Steinway had enchanted me and influenced the more impulsive, less rational side of my thinking. I fell prey to its charm. But this was sheer nonsense to even consider the prospect that I had purchased a haunted piano. When I arrived home, I allotted my time to research the pedigree of this unconventional grand piano. I happened upon the Steinway site and discovered that the factory possessed volumes of records capable of bridging the passage of time to reflect the various purchasers and the individual histories to each of their instruments. All I needed was a serial number. In some instances, the site claimed the ability to tell unusual histories and aberrations associated with a given serial number, though I doubted that any such records would expound upon a haunting or a ghostly performer. I fell asleep in the living room, looking at pictures of old Steinways, hoping to get answers to the many proliferating questions generated by this strange instrument of mine. I nodded into dream sleep, watching a video that narrated the manufacture of a Steinway concert grand. The construction of a single piano could take over 1 year to complete, a rather involved process where they aged the Steinway wood for months before bending the rim and only chose optimal cuts of Sitka spruce for the soundboard, fabricating the heart and soul of each piano before that piano was permitted to roll out of their factory. I slept with significant sleep disturbances, my mind drawn to the Steinway and the hallucinogenic music generated by that bizarre dream, my dream. Again I heard that haunting melody, that quaint but sad little waltz, and again I saw the woman seated at my piano, a young woman in a flowing white dress. This time I saw her face, and she looked at me with a forlorn countenance, continuing to play the sad waltz while tears formed from her ghostly visage. I walked over to her, and by instinct I consoled her, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. I appreciated her gracile features, and she appealed to me in more than an objective manner. Her tears erased, my sincere gesture elicited a smile from the corners of her full red lips. I woke up to a dark shadow that formed the outline of my Steinway, partially illuminated by the persistent moonlight shining into my living room. The piano bench sat vacant. I groaned and turned to rise up from the sofa. I walked by the Steinway and gave an appreciative nod before making my way to the comfort of my bed. At 1 o'clock in the morning again I heard the Steinway play, and this time it was not a dream, of that I could be sure. I seized upon the mace and made my way down the hall, furtively drawing ever closer to the individual playing my cherished piano. I glimpsed her long flowing dress of white that spilled over the piano bench and dusted the floor. A silvery blue glow enveloped her entire being, an unusual energy field that left me astounded. I'd not seen a ghost before, and I refused to believe what my eyes communicated to my exhausted mind. I stared with incredulity, listening to a ghost play the saddest waltz I'd ever heard. I backed away, not wanting to frighten the apparition. I needed more information on this piano, and I let her play while I retreated to my bedroom in eventual sleep. When morning arrived, I called the Steinway factory and gave them the serial number of my piano, and the representative asked that I hold while they checked their database. I held on for the longest time with nervous anticipation. The Steinway representative came back on, stating that he recognized the piano. He advised me that this Steinway came from Europe and has a detailed history. For a nominal sum, I could order the history by preparing and sending an order form that disclosed the relevant serial number of the piano. The history would be sent by way of an electronic file, and the answer would be available in 24 hours or less. I summarily paid the fee over the phone and awaited the result. I received an answer that evening after work. I read the information in the living room, occasionally glancing at the Steinway as I collated the details in my mind. The information consisted of static figures and facts, such as the number of Steinways made that year, the model number of this particular Steinway, the date of construction, and the materials used. I learned, in fact, that the Steinway had made its way to Europe, and the original owner had come from Belgium. A footnote at the bottom of the file requested that I call the representative at the stated number for more information. Without hesitancy, I called the number with nervous fingers, somewhat entranced with the notion that this call would reveal some of the answers I sought about this piano's possible dark history. I still rejected the concept of ghosts and the paranormal, but my eyes did not lie, and I knew what I saw last night. The phone rang directly to the representative, and he answered. I identified myself and the serial number of the Steinway. He advised that this piano was once owned by a Belgian countess in the late 1800s. My mind raced at the thought of my piano being owned by a royal figure from so long ago. I asked for more information, and he stated that he did not know the name of the countess, only that she had collapsed and died playing this very piano, and further, that the legend states that her death was the result of a broken heart. I could not believe the substance of what I heard, but inside it all made sense. I thanked him and ended the call without mentioning the spectral spirit I had encountered at my Steinway. I sat motionless on the living room sofa, thinking deeply about my purchase and considering my next step. I walked over to the Steinway and sat at the piano bench. I played a few random notes and stopped, thinking to entice the apparition. I waited for her response. I looked down and saw a single note play, middle C, and I pushed away in shock. Are you here? I asked. The middle C played again, and my mind scattered in all directions, creating a painful cognitive dissonance in my brain, for I did not believe in ghosts. I moved over to the sofa, shutting off the light, and stared at the Steinway in shadowy silence. I asked for her to play me something. I waited and watched. Nothing happened. It's okay, Countess. I know who you are. I know what happened, and I understand. Believe me, I truly understand what it is to have your heart broken. I know. I waited for about a minute and said to myself that this is ridiculous. I got up from my sofa, and when I stood, my Steinway began to play that haunting waltz, and I sat back down, listening with amazement. I saw her outline materialize in the darkness, a glowing silver and blue form possessed of the most beautiful flowing gown and saddest face I'd ever seen. Her fate telegraphed to me across time. I heard her cry, and it captured in me a dormant emotion I'd suppressed for so long. I walked to the apparition and attempted to dry her tears, but my hand touched at nothing. She continued to play, baffling my sensibilities, for if she served as a projection in this realm, and nothing more, then how could she possibly play the keys of my piano? Such matters were better left to paranormal investigation as I drifted toward an uncharted mystical science of the inexplicable. I listened to her performance, captivated by what I heard and what I saw. My initial apprehensions faded away, and I remained awestruck by the beautiful spirit playing my Steinway while I listened. Her youthful face radiated an old-world beauty that riveted me. I paused to wonder a most ponderous question about the afterlife, as to whether we recaptured our youth. More unsettling, I wondered if our spirit attached to corporeal objects when we died, imprisoning our souls until the end of time. I spoke to her when she finished the performance, but she did not answer, but only smiled. All I could do was smile in return before she disappeared. I told no one of my encounter, and over the following weeks, the Countess appeared more regularly at my piano. I found myself falling in love with this spectral presence. She spoke to me through her music, and I communicated right back to her through my own performances. I was in love again, and sensed she was falling in love with me as well. Over a significant span of time, she played for me many of her contemporary Romantic-era compositions, most pieces of unknown origin, though I suspected that she'd written them when alive. The Countess filled my evenings with beautiful music and washed away the pain of my own loneliness. As the years flowed seamlessly under the bridge of my life, I came to realize that our separation had narrowed, and soon we would merge together when I inevitably left this plane of existence and entered hers for all eternity, my one true love. A Free Monster in Every Box by Richard Elsliger. The box tagline said "Free Monster in Every Box." It was the last box on the shelf. I'd never seen this cereal before. The brand name was unknown to me, a sort of gray area off-brand. The stock clerk had poised it on the bottom shelf amid those less desired cereals, those cereals ignored by most everyone except the loyal few. My intention was to pick up my usual canister of oatmeal, the less fun cereal. This upstart, parked right beneath my oatmeal, demanded my attention. The colorful, sugary illustrations played with delight on the cardboard, swimming in a cool bowl of milk. They actually looked quite tasty. The red strawberry sprinkles prompted my taste buds in a Pavlovian way, and at once I had to try them. As for the free monster, I imagine a childish plastic toy at the bottom of the box, a manufacturer's lure to entice younger consumers to buy the product, more for the toy than the actual cereal. I picked up the lonely, somewhat dusty box from the bottom shelf and placed it in my shopping cart, and this time left the oatmeal behind. The box was large in its proportions, not the average size of most cereal boxes, and it promised to deliver on quantity, if not quality. I found no expiration date on the box top, and that made me reconsider my selection. Those strawberry sprinkles looked so tempting. I figured I'd take a chance. The cereal looked so delicious floating in that milk. I checked out at the cashier, and she handled the box with a curious look. "I've never seen this brand before," she said, perusing the details on the box. "Free monster in every box," she said, and laughed, bagging the cereal. It barely fit the plastic due to the enormity of the box. "You'll have fun with this," she said. "Looks so," I said, and smiled. "Probably overrated," I added. "Can't judge a cereal by its box." "Sometimes you can," she said. "Yes, maybe so," I said, made payment, and took my purchases outside to my car. I didn't live far from the grocery store and arrived home in 10 minutes. The setting sun glared in my eyes, the last glimmering rays starting to disappear behind the rooftop of my garage. I carried my food to the doorstep and unintentionally dropped the bag with my cereal. It flip-flopped as it fell to the ground. I picked up the weighty box and the contents shifted as if there might be something large inside. All that cereal, I mused. How was I going to eat all that cereal? Inside, I put away my purchases. The dinner bell rang in my stomach, so I started cooking some chicken and rice. I decided to make it a movie night tonight. Friday night always presented as the optimal time for movie night when nothing else was going on. I hadn't had a date in over a month, so I needed to entertain myself with a few good epic flicks on my big screen television to take my mind off the fact that maybe I might very well be undateable. I laughed about that last part. I mean, I worked as a model in the modeling industry. I modeled clothing and even did commercials, so I wasn't all that bad in the looks department. Yet dating proved difficult for reasons I could not explain. I ate my dinner ravenously, filling up on protein and carbohydrates. My sweet tooth, never far away, demanded I rip into the new box of cereal that I had left on the kitchen counter. I put my plate in the sink, giving it a wash before stacking it on the dish rack. I looked at the cereal and read once more the tempting monster offer inside the box. Probably a plastic Frankenstein or a paper werewolf, I mused. I tore open the top and opened the wax paper bag inside. The odor of strawberries and pure sugar filled my nose. I removed a large bowl from the kitchen cupboard and poured away to my heart's content. I looked deep inside the box, looking for the free monster, but saw nothing. It might be at the bottom. Like a kid, I poured out the rest of the cereal into a large cooking pot. Sweet dusty powder rose from the pot and intoxicated my senses. I combed through the cereal with a large spoon. The monster was nowhere to be found. I proceeded to pour some milk on my cereal and headed to the bedroom. I took the pot of cereal and the jug of milk with me in case I needed a refill. There wasn't much on, so I turned to paid programming and found a couple of movies. The first movie, ironically, was a horror show about an ancient and evil entity that possessed the body of a condemned murderer. Sounded as good a premise as any, so I settled in. I scooped up my first spoonful of cereal, preparing myself for a sugar high. I chewed up the crunchy sweet clusters and savored the strawberry sprinkles. The flavor ignited my taste buds, demanding that I take another spoonful into my mouth in rapid succession. A second spoonful quickly led to a third, and so on, until I finished the bowl in record time. I watched the movie with passing fancy, my attention drawn to this all-consuming cereal. I can't lie to myself. One spoonful got me hooked. I'm going to need a refill when I finish this box. I wanted more, and I wanted more right now, so I proceeded to dump the jug of milk into the cooking pot, bathing the cereal. It crackled and popped, sending sweet musical notes and aromatic delights to my senses. I dug in and ate at a voracious rate. I couldn't stop myself. This was the best cereal I'd ever eaten. I finished the whole pot and cast it to the ground. The movie played on, a blood-crazed supernatural thriller powered by horrendous scenes of gore and blood. When the movie ended, I felt sleepy, and before long I dozed off into a dreamless state. Come morning, I woke up with a startle. My right arm felt possessed of a lethargic heaviness, as if I had slept on it wrong. I touched my right arm with my left hand. It felt hardened and dried, like old cooked meat. My hand let go with revulsion. I pulled away the blanket and saw my bare arm, my right arm. Disintegrating, wizened flesh filled my sight with disgust. My left arm presented the same, the arm of an old rotting corpse. Terror filled me, yet I sensed no adrenaline. Fear occupied my chest, yet I sensed no racing heart. I sensed no beating heart at all. I got up from bed and ran to the bathroom on rotted, bony legs that creaked and cracked. I looked in the mirror. I looked at my reflection. It's true what they wrote. It's true. Free monster in every box. The Underground Highway by Richard Elsliger. It is said that an underground highway exists, a parallel universe of sorts that mirrors the human world of concrete and asphalt above. Others call it a supernatural realm, more than a highway, a realm that no living creature can ever encounter without dire consequences. Either way, many speak of the underground highway, but no one can ever lay a legitimate claim that they ever drove it. Some might make up a drunken story sitting at a seedy bar one night that they drove the underground highway, but anyone in the know is well aware that anyone who ends up on the underground highway never returns. For all of the people who go missing in the United States every year, it is believed that a number of them went missing when they made that fateful wrong turn and ended up driving the underground highway. These people will never come back. Of course, that is the talk of legends. No one in this day and age really believes in such silly superstitions, do they? I consider myself fully scientific, with about a 5% variance that I allow for superstition, but no more. It all depends on the type of day in which you find me. I like to keep an open mind, therefore this small and mostly rare deviation from rational thought I will allow myself from time to time in the way I view the world. Part of the legend claims that you must drive at night through dense fog to access this highway. Not the most common of combined conditions, but it does happen. Dense fog at night, for reasons unknown, presents a point of access to the supposed underground highway. Rarer still, it is said according to legend that the access gateway only opens on the 29th day of February, the leap year day, seldom seen itself, but for every 4 years as dictated by our calendar. If one were to say live to the age of 80, then one would experience the leap year day a paltry sum of only 20 times over the course of that life. This means that once every 4 years, the living can be subject to this unfortunate detour from reality, but only if the exact conditions are present. When all of the conditions are met, it is then that motorists can become disoriented and make wrong moves that get them to a dark, one-way tunnel leading to this damnable highway. So it is said. Therefore, most in the know will shy away from driving through dense fog, particularly if that fog is at night, and more especially if it occurs on February 29th. The underground highway can happen anywhere in this plane of existence. There are reports of the phenomenon around the world. Most people are unaware of the highway or simply don't believe in it. One might question how anyone even knows of such a highway, considering those who drove it never returned to tell about it. That is where logic ends and superstition begins. Much like death, no one really knows what exists on the other side, the exception being those having a near-death experience who come back to speak of bright lights, long-departed relatives, and dead friends who greet them. The only anecdotal evidence of such an underground highway exists from folklore, passed down from the occasional seance testimony from those who crossed over. Truth is, there is no hard proof. There are those who actively seek out the underground highway, tempting the legend, and they engage in reckless behavior according to those who believe. Today, I found myself out of town on a business assignment. Spring was in the air early, so I chose to take my car out of storage and run her through the gears. All things mechanical, and more particularly cars, despise sitting out the winter months, so now was an opportune moment to run some fuel through the arteries and stretch the proverbial legs of my old roadster. The meeting was set in a small town far outside of the big city, and I drove the old girl a good 100 miles with the top down, feeling the wind rush over the windshield, tousling my hair. I parked her in an underground garage on the outskirts of town and decided to walk my way to the meeting. Small town life has a certain appeal to it, I might say. Coming from the big city, I admire the coziness of smaller towns where everyone appears friendlier. It feels like stepping back in time, seeing small shops plying their wares. Even the brickwork of such shops looks as if it were torn from the pages of the 1950s, with fading paint schemes and old, sometimes out-of-date messages, yet quaint. I breathed in the fresh air and imagined a different life than my current circumstance. I finished the meeting late, meaning that early evening was upon me. I decided on a local restaurant for one last small-town experience before I left behind what might have been my life, yet one day could become my life. I didn't know much about the town, but the restaurant looked inviting enough. I entered the establishment and took a seat next to a large saltwater fish tank. The playful dance of clownfish and seahorses occupied my attention. I watched their intricate maneuvers for a good 5 minutes until I heard a voice amid the usual background noise of the restaurant, seemingly directed toward me. I ignored the voice, the fish maintaining my rapt attention. I felt a tap on my shoulder, making me flinch in my seat. I turned to see the server. He looked a bit apologetic for the intrusion. I asked him to give me a few more minutes. I took my focus away from the fish and perused the menu in depth. So many choices sent me innumerable ways, pointing the many directions toward my culinary delight. I finally settled in on a turkey breast sandwich and fries, of all things. This restaurant gave the impression of a high-scale establishment, and I could have ordered a steak and baked potato with tiramisu for dessert. My intense hunger, combined with my typical, more pedestrian tastes, governed my decision as it mostly does, and I waited for the server's return. I placed my order and resumed watching the saltwater entertainment. I'd not owned a saltwater fish tank, but always wanted one. I understood them to be high maintenance. Perhaps I would get one for my apartment, I mused, all in good time. My order arrived without delay, and the food proved exquisite. The fries made a delightful crunch, and the ketchup lit my taste buds like striking a match. The turkey breast layered the triple-decker sourdough bread, thinly sliced meat exploding from every side, and condiments so thick they oozed from the very pores of the sandwich. Each bite ignited like an atomic bomb of flavor, giving definition to the fresh-cut tomatoes, lettuce, onions, and honey mustard. The sandwich demolished my hunger, and the sourdough bread proved to be the right conduit for sending my pleasure neurons into a feeding frenzy. I labeled such food as death penalty food, a description I reserve only for the best-tasting meal I might consider to be my last supper on earth. I finished my food and ordered a slice of tiramisu with coffee. I dallied on my dessert, watching the saltwater entertainment next to me. I lost track of time, and already I could see the blackness of night through the curtains, the twilight long since gone. Not only blackness did I see between the curtains, but also a white, misty fog formation rolling in. This gave me pause. I drank my coffee in one gulp and asked for the bill. I tipped my server well and indicated to him the degree to which I enjoyed the food and gave assurance that I would frequent this establishment again should the call for business find me here once more. I headed out of the restaurant and noticed a fine mist descending from the heavens, obscuring my range of vision to the point that I had trouble finding the parking garage that housed my car. Having a good sense of direction led me to my ride, and I entered the garage. I jumped in my roadster, fired her up, and drove to the exit, paying the automated toll booth and watching the gate rise by the invisible hand of automation. I mused how our ancestors might have regarded such technology and scoffed at them, knowing they more likely would believe it to be a ghostly hand that moved the gate and not a series of wires, circuitry, and mechanical levers. I pulled forward, leaving behind the garage, and signaled to turn right. I hit the brake hard and blasted my horn. Another car came charging from my left side and kept on going as if I were invisible. Damn, this fog was bad. I should have left the restaurant earlier. I cursed myself for getting wrapped up in the food, the saltwater fish experience, and the relaxing ambience of the establishment, much to my regret now. I exercised due caution while navigating out of town, feeling a twinge of regret as I headed for the highway back to my austere, big city life. A good 100-mile drive home unfurled before me, and this damn fog would be my constant companion. I talked myself into believing that once I got on the open highway, the fog might thin out and blow away, as it sometimes does on the wider 4-lane throughways. I took several side roads in a zigzag pattern that led me to the interstate. I merged at a good clip, noting the paucity of cars on this throughway. I drove a good 10 miles and saw not one car traveling in either direction. I laughed, thinking perhaps the legend of the underground highway kept the motorists at bay. The fools, I thought. At least their absence allowed me to open up the throttle a bit and do some high-skilled speeding. I turned on the radio to listen to some tunes, hoping a few good songs might keep me company with the hum of the road beneath my tires. I was making good time. At some point, the announcer came on and gave the weather report. Good, I thought. Maybe I'll get some news on how much longer this fog might last, or at least for what distance. I was bound to drive out of it at some point. The weather reporter gave dire warnings that in fact the fog is expected to persist throughout the night, reaching its highest density around midnight. I checked the clock on the dash. Damn it! I could not have asked for worse driving conditions. Damn, damn, damn! I left the restaurant too late. I attempted to reassure myself. At least the roads were clear of traffic and ice. And then the reporter mentioned words I did not want to hear. She wished everyone a happy birthday today and told them that they were very special and unique, the true immortals of our time, because they only aged 1 year for every 4, and today was that day. The words chilled me. I already knew today's date. I knew it beforehand. How could I not? My meeting happened today, and I always calendared my meetings well ahead of time. That cursed date. Yet the idea of running into danger never even occurred to me. The legends of the ridiculous underground highway casually dismissed by my rational brain. Besides, what were the odds all conditions would be met, and more specifically encountered by me? The foggy situation made driving a challenge, even treacherous, with the thought that tonight was February 29th, and it was black as tar in the heavens, made my mind drift toward darker thoughts. The 9 circles of hell came to mind, if one believed such nonsense. From all appearances, it certainly looked as if I'd won the Triple Crown tonight, the thickness of fog, the blackness of night, and the leap year date all converging, descending, pressing down upon me. What were the odds? I always scoffed at the superstitions, an easy thing to do when done from a comfortable office chair, when one was not mired in such dire circumstances. Now, those 5 small percentage points of superstition started to kick in the further I drove. My steering wheel became a tad slippery in my hands. I dried my palms with a tissue and motored on. If anything untoward were to happen to me, tonight would be that night. My rational side struggled to control the reins of my darkest thoughts, and when I reasoned it out, I knew that my primeval fear was irrational. I took aim at the jittery dotted highway line, the only real pathfinder out of this damned situation. Before long, the fog thickened to the extent that the highway line disappeared. I had an unusual and nauseating sensation, a twisting feeling in my stomach, a feeling as if riding an amusement park roller coaster, one that turned on a dime and barrel rolled in corkscrew fashion. My hair began to stand on end, and the flesh of my face started to lift. My blood rushed to my head in torrents. I had the sensation of being upside down, twisting, turning, spinning. My roadster's lap belt held me in place, and I thanked my lucky stars for it. In an instant I was out of it, the fog finally disappearing, allowing me to better assess my situation. I was on a different road. The consistent buzz of my tires over the asphalt ceased. I reasoned that the asphalt must have changed in texture to suppress my tire noise. I knew that the best asphalt incorporated tire rubber and various byproducts to minimize road noise, and give the motorist the sensation of driving on liquid ball bearings. This was not the same road from minutes before. It didn't feel right. This road shot out toward nothingness, my headlight high beams unable to make out any landmarks ahead of me. I saw no reference points, no road signs, no steady omnipresent guardrail, no dotted white lines that separated the lanes of traffic, no road shoulder, no grass or trees. I saw nothing. Where am I? Deep down inside, I knew damn well where I was, but fear kept me from uttering the words. I fumbled with the radio because the signal dropped. Static blared from the speaker, but in the undercurrent of that white noise, I thought I heard faraway voices. Panicked, I wanted to pull off the road, but found no place to pull over. I had no viable option other than to keep the pedal down and keep momentum. If I stopped in the middle of this road, I risked serious injury, maybe death should another vehicle come out of the darkness and hit me at full speed. No, I must keep going. City lights would inevitably make known their presence. It was only a matter of time and distance traveled. I looked at my odometer for reference, attempting to calculate my miles traversed, but my odometer had set itself to 0 right across the 5-digit line. I stared down at the odometer with incredulity. The numbers remained frozen. This was a 1952 Jaguar, an XK120 open top, and I knew the exact mileage of this car right down to the last digit before I left home, an unusual idiosyncrasy of mine, I must admit, but not unheard of in the collector car world. Such a weird glitch that I could only attribute to a mechanical failing. This was a thing that needed fixing when I got home. When I looked at the speedometer, it spun like a propeller in its bezel, turning clockwise with such rapidity that I could barely discern the needle. The tachometer behaved in similar fashion, spinning maniacally within its concentricity. Other gauges jittered within their tolerances, as if possessed by electrical gremlins from the underworld. I looked more closely at the gauges and swear I saw miniature gremlins pushing the needles back and forth in a playful game, evil imps determined to crack my sanity. They stared back at me with devilish grins and terrified me as these specters defied all natural laws. I hit the brake as hard as I could to dislodge these fiendish demons, but my brake pedal went right to the floor. Shocked at the possibility of an uncontrollable vehicle, I attempted steering side to side in order to scrub off speed and bring down the velocity of my careening car. The steering proved unresponsive to my inputs no matter how hard I turned the wheel lock to lock, the Jaguar sprinting ahead like a crazy cat that lost its mind. I let my foot off the accelerator, thinking this might slow down my runaway car. I witnessed no reduction in speed. This can't last, I told myself in uncertain words, trying to placate the uncontrollable horror rising inside me. There must be city lights ahead, some sign of civilization. The blood rush to my head subsided, and I settled into my bucket seat, me, my Jaguar, and a black road of indeterminate length and origin, taking me on a trip to where I knew not. I wanted to leap from my speeding car, jump out and get away, but my seatbelt held me fast and prevented me from unclasping the buckle. I resigned to my situation, unable to stop, unable to course correct, unable to affect the speed, forever stuck on the underground highway. My radio came on with static discharges and said in a muffled, throaty voice, "Welcome to eternity."